in totality across the Denver area, which was pretty good, and really most of the country got in on some of the action. Now, the
Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this is recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour and bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. Yeah. John Dillinger shit. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. Yeah. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this is a recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour and bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga.
Yes, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Krumah. Looks like I'm going to be solo dolo tonight, unless somebody wants to jump on the live with me. On tonight's show, I will be discussing Tangibles 2023 to Tangibles 2024. Elijah McClain, RIP to him. His murderer's verdict, one guilty, the other one acquitted. And more trials to come. The officers involved in Jor'dell Richardson's death are now back on the Aurora police force. Democratic Party is desperate. They are definitely desperate. Them Democrats are desperate for our vote. Black family, they're desperate for black votes. So I'm going to definitely dive into that. And then we got Eric Adams' migrant situation in New York City. Brandon Johnson's situation in Chicago, Illinois. Trump and DeSantis pledge Obama-style mass deportations if elected. Rico Clark seeks clemency from Governor of Illinois, J.P. Pritzker of Illinois. Then we got one of the still living remaining survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre in 1921 dies here in Denver at age 105. Mr. Hughes Van Ellis, RIP to him. Now there is only 2 left of the known survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Then we got a Texas student who was suspended for his locks is now being transferred to an alternative school after being suspended behind his hair. And then We have more topics to discuss, but we'll keep those for part 2 and part 3. So greetings, Black family. I thank y'all for tuning in. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Also, we are streaming on multiple platforms. Let me shout them out real quick. We got of course, we got Facebook, my personal page, the Frontline Black News personal page, or Frontline Black News Facebook page, the Arena Uncensored Facebook page, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, the group page on Facebook, the Arena Uncensored on YouTube, MD20 page on YouTube, Politics for Blacks, or Politics for Blacks YouTube page, and the Frontline Black News YouTube page. So share all the viewers from all of those platforms. We're going to get right into it. So, yes, this is the year and a decade of tangibles, Black family. We're demanding something tangible for a vote. So any politician that's seeking your vote demands something tangible. The days are over of us just voting just to be voting. Them days are long over. You're not going to be able to fearmonger us into voting anymore either. And you're not going to be able to run that bull crap about our ancestors died for us to have the right to vote. No, our ancestors died for us to have freedom and liberty. That's what they died for. Not for us to be continuously oppressed and maligned, neglect by the Democratic Party. And yes, we're going in on the Democratic Party because 80 to 90% of Black people vote Democrat. So yes, we're not leaving out the Republicans, but we're going hard body in on the Republicans, on the Democrats. They pretty much seem synonymous because at the end of the day, they're two sides of the same wicked ass bird of racist and white supremacy. And their only function is to keep that in effect and perpetuate that every chance they get, either covertly, like the Democrats, or overtly, like the Republicans. So back in 2020, we had so many of you Democrats telling us to vote for Biden. Oh, Biden, we gotta get Trump out. Anybody but Trump. Trump is just so bad. He's just the boogeyman, the wicked. He's the Klan. He's all this. This is bad news. We gotta get him out. So y'all went in droves to vote for Jim Crow Biden. Same one that passed the 94 crime bill. Same one that said he didn't want to integrate his children into a integrated jungle, or a jungle, period. And a slew of other things. Pretty much every crime bill since 1972, 76, he said, he was behind it. So this is who y'all went out and voted for. And now y'all got biting remorse. And we don't care. We don't care about you having remorse. You get what you pay for. You get what you voted for. That's what you voted for. That's what y'all kept telling us that's what we need to support and we need to get behind. Y'all unfriended us. You blocked us. You did all that mess on social media and in person. I'm not talking to you because you're not gonna vote for Biden and all that nonsense. So how is that working out for you Biden sexuals, you Biden supporters? Y'all gotten mighty quiet. Y'all so quiet. You can hear a mouse piss on cotton how quiet y'all become. So we're not letting up on them tangibles. This is just the beginning. So if y'all already shook now, Democrats, I don't know what to tell you. Like you just gonna implode, like we've been saying, and we welcome that implosion here at Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News. We definitely welcome that implosion. We said both the two-party system can collapse. It don't make us no difference. Either one of them parties, Black people are still suffering. So why should we even go out and support any of them? Well, we've noticed there's been a trend. A lot of more Black people are leaning toward Trump now and being real public about it. But we're still not letting up on them tangibles. Any politician not seeking your vote, Black family, demands something tangible for your vote. That's something real. That's something put in my hand, meaning money, meaning a check, meaning reparations, $100 trillion. Right now, we've been saying it on Frontline Campaign for the past 4 years, including Mile High News, $100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2023. So this is just the beginning. So the 2020s is just the beginning. This is going all the way up until 2100. We're going to demand something tangible for our vote. So back in 2020, our good brother Tariq Nasheed, our good FBA brother Tariq Nasheed, Check out his documentaries on FBAstream.com. Came up with the hashtags Tangibles 2020. And back then, this actually came out in 2019. Tangibles 2020 came out in 2019. And back then, y'all kept telling us, we got to get Trump out. Oh, you just can't have 4 more years of Trump. Oh, he's just so bad. Oh, we'll be so much better under Biden or somebody else. So during that time, this came out. So the only thing that's changed is the year. Everything else remains the same. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 3-4 years at the beginning of every show. The 2024, since that's when the next presidential election is, the 2024 presidential election is coming up. And the Foundation of Black Americans, don't know what that is, look it up. The people that built this country are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy. It's more like belligerent neglect, purposeful neglect, but just for political terminology, it's known as the malign neglect policy, and it was in the Murdoch report. Look it up. Thank you, Professor Black Truth. In which they were going to lump Black people into broad, ambiguous terms. So, and they were told, specifically the Democratic Party, back in the 1960s, don't promise them nothing. Don't promise Black people nothing. Don't even mention them. So, this has been in effect for over 50 years, Black family. And that it has been implemented by the political system, the two-party system, the duopoly, as us independent party members call it. So this malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping Foundation of Black Americans in the group of minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. I'm sorry, I probably was echoing really bad. I forgot to unplug the speaker. Okay, so lumping Foundation of Black Americans in the groups for minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundation of Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as Foundation of Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the Foundation of Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2023, it's Tangibles 2023. And next year, when the next presidential election is, it will be Tangibles 2024. All the way up to 2100, Black family, continue to demand something tangible for your vote. See, the Democrats, they're not used to this at all. They're not used to us being consistent. And that's one thing most can say whatever they want about Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News, but you cannot, I repeat, you cannot question our consistency. We have been consistently bringing you the hard truth news from a Black perspective, a foundational Black American perspective at that, for consistently every Saturday for the past the past 3 years that we've been in existence, Frontline Black News. And even before that, with Mile High News, which was on a Tuesday, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which has been on Tuesdays for the past 7 years on Blog Talk Radio. So y'all can't say y'all weren't told, that y'all didn't know, and that you got bamboozled and hoodwinked in 2020 because you know damn well you didn't. You were warned time and time again, and instead of accepting the correction and going and getting on code in accordance with what we're talking about here at the New Black Media and at the signal boosters of the New Black Media, y'all went and did what you normally do, voted blue no matter who. And now you got boo-hoo. Now you want us to boo-hoo for you because Biden done put everybody ahead of you. Then you have myself. I put my whole life on the line to do something specifically for Black people in the city and county of Denver, and instead y'all ran with Brother Jeff and whatever else candidate that he had put up to run against me, and now y'all got Johnston remorse. So we don't want to hear it here at Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News. You've been warned. We warned you time and time again. Y'all thought fat meat wasn't greasy. Now you see it's definitely greasy. So Democrats, you just wait. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. 2024, we could just set this whole election out all together. And then what you gonna do? Because these illegal immigrants that you done temporarily made legal is not gonna vote for you. So what are y'all gonna do? So we know y'all in desperation mode, and we don't care. Y'all can stay in desperation mode. Stop trying to get me to join the NAACP. Stop trying to get me to join all these do-nothing organizations that's been around for hundreds of years and have done nothing specifically for Black people, have not advanced us one bit, one iota. Stop it. And y'all know who I'm talking to. So I don't even have to say no names because you already know. We already know y'all tuning in to Frontline Black News. We see you. We definitely see you. And we know that you see us. And we don't give a damn. You're going to continue to see us. And we're not letting up on the message. Like, this is just the beginning. So if y'all already sweating bullets and out of breath, y'all ain't ready for this marathon because it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And we've been saying that probably as long as Uncle Phil, if not longer. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Rest in power, CIP to our local Nipsey Hussle, passed away in 2018. The marathon continues. So we're going to continue that marathon on, and we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. And all the fear-mongering in the world isn't going to change that, Democrats, you Democratic shills. Yes, we're talking to you, Jeff Fard, and the whole so-called free think, free coon-ass zone. Yes, we're talking directly to you. All the fear-mongering that you do on your Tuesday, Monday through Friday program at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, that's not going to change nothing. That's not going to change the movement, the Tangibles 2020 movement. That's not going to change that. The Tangibles 2024 movement, all the way to 2100 movement, it's not going to change none of that. In fact, all it's going to do is fuel it and allow us to ramp it up even more. So y'all not stopping nothing here, nothing at all, because we have no leader. The code is the leader. The quicker that y'all get on code, you will be able to lead yourself. So we see you, Democrats. We know that y'all running scared. Y'all don't know what y'all gonna do. Your base has abandoned you, and rightfully so, because y'all do nothing specifically for us. Y'all do nothing but symbolic gestures. Oh, the first Black this. Oh, the first Black that. What good is that? What good is representation? I was talking about. Well, representation matters. If representation matters so much, then we need to have somebody in office that's going to represent our best interests. Instead, we get these pre-packaged, sample-ramble, homogenized Negroes like Dr. Claude Muhammad used to call them, that they parade in front of us, and we're supposed to live vicariously through them. No. Them days are over, yo. You want our vote? It's quid pro quo. If you don't know what that is, look it up. But that's an exchange, an equal exchange. If I'm giving you my vote, I demand something tangible in return for my vote. Otherwise, why am I voting? It's like you keep doing the same old thing, expecting a different result, Black family. We got to stop that. And see, the Democrats, they're not used to that. They're not used to our consistency. They're not used to our cohesion. That scares the hell out of them. That's why Gay Edgar Hoover said the organization of Negroes, of Black people, was the greatest threat to America back in the 1960s. So it's still the greatest threat to them. They don't want us to get on code. Everybody else is on code except us. They must want to go against the code and think they just gonna keep getting compensated for it. No, 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 no. There is no. We have to make it where there is no incentive to be a coon. There is no incentive to be a sellout. There is no incentive to be a treasonous individual to your people. There is no incentive to that. We have to eliminate that. There is a new day on the plantation. The field Negroes have taken over the plantation and we're burning this shit to the ground. It has to go. There is no reforming it. There is no, oh, we're gonna make a tweak here, we're gonna make a tweak here. No, this shit has to go, Black family. Like, enough is enough of this. Somebody gotta break the cycle. Look, our family's been voting Democrat for the past 60 years. What tangible thing have we gotten from it? Nothing. We got nothing but zero. We got these lift all programs. Oh, this is gonna benefit everybody. This is for the betterment of mankind. Fuck that. We are in a state of emergency, Black family. We are literally in a boat that is sinking, and there's a big ass hole in it, and they're not doing nothing to repair the boat. But they keep talking about lift all tides, rising tides lift all boats. No, that shit is done. You want our vote? You're gonna have to do something specifically for us, and that's reparations. That's legislation. That's policy that specifically benefits us. Otherwise, you're not gonna get it. Anti-hate crime bill. You can start there. Hiding Biden. Since you don't want to do reparations at a federal level, you could at the very least, they always talking about HR 40. That hasn't even gotten to the House floor. HR 40 is a nothing burger, and they're not even doing nothing to push that. Neither is Cornel West. Neither is any of these motherfuckers that's running on the left, the right, the middle, everywhere in between. None of them are doing or have said they were going to do anything specifically for Black people. Kamala Harris, y'all vice president, because y'all voted for him. Hiding Biden and Kamala Harris. She said when she was running for president, she wasn't going to do nothing specifically for Black people, and then laughed about it. So come on, we gonna get the last laugh though, and that's why her ass she had to stop that presidential race. She had to drop out that presidential race in 2019. And hiding Biden, Jim Crow, Sleepy Joe, stumbling, tripping all over himself, can't remember, don't know if he coming or going, picked her up as bad when she is, and brought her along for the ride. So now we've been dealing with the shit, and they got the lowest ratings ever in the history of president or vice president. And y'all still want us to go out and vote Democrat? For what? The Democratic Party is not our friend, Black family, and the quicker that we realize that, the better off we will be as a people, especially foundational Black Americans, because we can't keep doing the same thing over and 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 over again and expecting a different result. That's straight up insanity. And this is what this is. This is complete insanity. So us here at Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News, we don't care if both parties collapse. We don't give a damn the Democrats or the Republicans. They can both fall on their face. They can all, collapse before our very eyes. We don't give a damn. And for you third party, if you're not talking the new Black media language, if you're not doing nothing specifically for Black people either, it gets no love either. I'm talking to my own party, the Unity Party, the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, you name it, the People's Party, the Freedom Party, Constitutional Party, any of those third parties. If you're not going to do nothing specifically for Black people, you're not getting our vote either. So y'all ain't got nothing coming. Either way you look at it, you ain't got nothing coming from us. We are making a stand, and we're going to continue to make a stand. So don't let these fools knock us off our square. Let them keep running around like a bunch of chickens with their head off, cut off. Oh, now you want us to draft policy. We done presented you policy just here in Denver and Colorado alone. We done presented you so much policy that y'all refuse to even listen to and put in kill committees. We run whole bills like the right to rest, abolish slavery. You tell us, oh, the language ain't clear enough. Oh, you're just not, we just can't allow this. You're going to put it in the kill committee. and then we bring it back the next year. You put it in a kill committee, and then you keep talking about you need to get more involved. Y'all just not involved enough in the process. No, we be definitely involved enough in the process. Y'all just don't want to do nothing specifically for Black people because of that malign neglect that was created in the Moynihan report. Okay, let me get to the comments. Yes, sir. King Noble in the building. Black Power. Black supremacy would be nice, King Noble. That would be nice. But Dr. Claude Anderson says we can't have two supremacies. So we know that we're genetically superior to these savages. But we don't have a system that gives us free goodies and giveaways just based off the color of our skin and enforces our prejudice. Because at the very most, that's what we can be as prejudice. We can't be racist because we have to have institutional power in order to be racist. We have no institutional power, so therefore we can only be prejudiced until we have a global system that is equal or surpasses the current global system of racism and white supremacy. It just doesn't exist in reality. It's a nice thought, like Wakanda, but it doesn't exist. But I appreciate you tapping in, bro. Getting back to the topics at hand, though. So here in Colorado, I don't know if y'all been paying attention. I hope you have. But around the time of George Floyd, we had a similar situation here in our neighboring city of Aurora, which is a sundown town, by the way, and has been for quite some time. We had a situation where a young man was walking home from the corner store, not bothering a soul, and had a mask on, and was told that he was suspicious and that he matched the description of some white supremacist, some suspected white supremacist in the neighborhood where he was walking, decided to call the police on him, APD, Aurora PD. And these bastards proceeded to not help our brother get home. They attempted to harass, terrorize, and disturb him, and then ultimately killed him. So this young man, his name was Elijah McClain, and he was one of those, unfortunately, soft targets that these white supremacists love to go after. And what I mean by soft target, he was living like, we weren't at war. Like, it was like pretty carefree. I mean, he was a real peaceful dude. Like he played the violin, for instance. I mean, I'm not saying people that play the violin are soft targets or something, but he was the type of person, a Black person, that he wouldn't harm a fly. And he literally told them that. And they still killed him. APD. It was 3, 4, 5, 6 officers involved in it. They only tried 2, or not, and now they call themselves trying to try a third one. Out of 14 people that were on the scene, the police and the paramedics, they were all complicit in his murder. So around the time of George Floyd, we had brought attention to Elijah McClain's case. We're like, okay, well, we got this protest going. We had one of the longest lasting protests behind Portland, here in Denver, behind George Floyd. They're like, well, some of those other community was like, look, we need to bring attention to this. We got this right here in our own backyard, like literally right here in our own backyard. And these officers at that time had not been charged. The paramedics had not been charged with no kind of crime. And they straight up killed a young Black man. Elijah McClain was only like 22, 23 years old. They killed him for what? Because we're at war, Black family. And the quicker that we realize that, the quicker we can get toward liberation and freedom. Because this is ridiculous. That young man wasn't doing nothing. He was walking home from the store, not bothering nobody. But just because he was Black, he was a target. So I'm going to get to an awesome piece that our good brother, Professor Black Truth, did. If you have not subscribed to Professor Black Truth, what are you doing? And you're Black. I've been listening to Professor Blacc Truth for like 10 years. Everything this brother has said has come to fruition. Just like everything that Nellie Fuller Jr. said has come into fruition. Just like everything that Uncle Phil Scott said has come into fruition. So we're going to get right into it. Also, side note, I know Elijah McClain's family. Me and my dad, my revolutionary father, Chairman Sekou, that we are real close with the family on that side. And his grandma actually stays in my father's building, Dahlia Square Senior Apartments. This is just a side note on that. So, shout out to Linda. We appreciate you. And our thoughts and prayers go out to your family. We hope that y'all get justice, and rightfully so. So, this video I'm about to play is from Professor Blacc Truth. It's from his Friday morning crime reports. So, the title is First of Elijah McClain's Killers Found Guilty. Let me get that copyright up because they love how they block the videos. Come on, you violated standards. So copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. All right, let's hop right into it. So, I got a nice cue going here.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Aurora, Colorado, August 24th, 2019, 10:30 p.m. Elijah McClain was walking home from the convenience store. He had bought a bottle of iced tea and put it in a plastic bag. Some white resident had called the police on him, falsely claiming that there was a suspicious person walking in the area. And what made him look suspicious? He was black. The Aurora police, who were notorious for their blatant and savage racism, converged on this young man, and no less than 3 thugs with badges immediately attacked him. The 3 assailants were Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt, and Nathan Woodyard. They attacked their victim without even identifying themselves. They put him in a chokehold, even though that's against department procedure. But what does white supremacy care about rules, even their own? According to reports, they choked McClain until he was unconscious. All this for a short, skinny young man who was walking down the street. And all throughout this violent fight, their victim, Elijah McClain, had been trying to reason with them. But of course, there is no reasoning with white supremacists. The racists in the Aurora PD have made a routine affair of murdering citizens, particularly black ones. One of the things that they do is to summon EMS to inject people with ketamine, which is a very powerful sedative usually used to sedate animals. It's not normally used for humans at all. In fact, the Department of Justice lists ketamine as a date rape drug. One more thing, when the white media talks about the lethal injection that Elijah McClain was given, they always use this antiseptic language. They say that EMS administered a ketamine shot. They don't say injected him with, they say administered. Administered is what a doctor does with a patient. These were not healthcare professionals giving a patient a drug.
Not at all.
These were killers who were here to see if they could get away with murder. Typically, for a chemical as powerful as ketamine, you can't use it without knowing the weight of the subject being injected, or you can very easily kill someone with an overdose. As I'll explain later on, neither the thugs in the Aurora police nor the EMS, who were their partners in crime, ever does any sort of diligence before injecting people with a potentially lethal chemical. Elijah McClain was being manhandled by these criminals. They had him handcuffed and he was on the ground offering no resistance. But the police held him down while EMS injected him anyway. The criminal who carried out the murder of this child, Jeremy Cooper, would claim that McClain had excited delirium. Now, this killer is no doctor, and he has no qualifications to diagnose anything. But under white supremacy, you don't need to be qualified. You just need to have the right skin color, and that's your qualification. Shortly after being injected with this lethal chemical, Elijah McClain went into cardiac arrest. He was not given any medical aid until he got to the hospital, but by then doctors declared him brain dead, and 3 days later he was taken off life support, and he was declared dead. The dangers of ketamine are well known and well documented. It was completely and thoroughly foreseeable that injecting someone with a powerful chemical without so much as asking if they're allergic to it could result in their death. The cover-up of the murder began immediately. The coroner's office claimed that the cause of death was undetermined. They tried to say that the investigation of the scene was what led them to that conclusion. The scene had nothing to do with a perfectly healthy 23-year-old young man being choked unconscious by 3 thugs with badges and then injected with a lethal substance. But this is the old I'm white and I say so. And this was clearly coordinated because 2 weeks after the coroner declared that they were not going to be giving any cause of death, the DA announced that there would be no charges against the killers, saying that, well, the coroner says they can't determine cause of death, so we're not going to look at it. And on top of that, they also said it is improbable for the prosecution to prove cause of death beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury of 12. Consequently, the evidence does not support the prosecution of a homicide. Now, you already know that's a lie, and they know it's a lie as well. With the so-called authorities having said that they won't prosecute, the body camera footage should have been released immediately, but it wasn't. Police refused to release the body camera footage even after the coroner and the DA said that they weren't going to be pursuing criminal charges. And it would still be 3 months after the murder before anyone saw it. See, the local authorities always slow walk these cover-ups as a way of seeing if public attention will begin to fade. And because the only ones who can prosecute these racists are the racists, well, this pretty much ensures that none of them goes to prison, at least normally. In February of 2020, the Aurora police announced that the chokehold used the night of Elijah McClain's murder was in line with department policy, though of course predictably they couldn't tell anyone what the policy was. After that, the killers thought they were home free, that they had gotten away with murder again, and that the murder of Elijah McClain would simply die a natural death. But then came the heinous murder of George Floyd and the national outcry that followed. And the murder of Elijah McClain surged back into the headlines again, with renewed public pressure on the criminals this time. But the local racists in the Aurora PD and the Adams County District Attorney's offices made it clear they were on the side of the criminals. They weren't going to lift a finger. So in June of 2020, the governor assigned the state attorney general to investigate the murder. Later that same month, protesters met in Aurora's Municipal Center Park to hold a vigil in memory of Elijah. And since he was an avid violinist, they all brought violins to pay tribute to the slain. The thugs in blue, seeing the public sentiment was against them, attacked the violin-playing protesters with tear gas and batons. They did this to people standing quietly in the park playing violins. The corrupt police chief would later try to claim that some of the protesters had been disruptive, so the attack on the protesters was justified. The city has since been made to settle the lawsuit brought by the protesters for $750,000. Now, we're constantly told that the police are conscientious individuals and they're not racist thugs at all.
Every time they do this shit, it's taxpayers that got to pay for this shit.
And surely the police never mean to harm all the people that they kill. They surely don't celebrate or otherwise revel in the deaths that they routinely cause. And then on July 3rd, 2020, 3 Aurora police officers were fired after photos of them reenacting the crime at the scene of the murder became public. And all 3 of them were smiling and laughing about it. These are not people, these are animals. These are 2-legged filth. It also came out that these reprobates sent their photo to Jason Rosenblatt, who was one of the killers of Elijah McClain. Rosenblatt responded to the photo with a text message saying, "Ha ha." Now, the white media constantly tells us that these are incidental deaths by the police and not deliberate, even though all police are trained in the use of force, specifically to know how much force is too much. Yet here we have a case of this animal being involved in the death of an innocent young man, and not only is he not sorry about it, he joins in with other degenerates and laughs about the person whose life he took. This is depraved indifference for human life. This shows that what they did to Elijah McClain was no accident at all. This is who they say the public should back. Back the badge. Back the blue. We're told this is the best of society. We're told to respect this. No chance. On a side note, in all the coverage of the verdict against the first 2 killers, I didn't see any mention of this photo incident. The white media is trying to bury that. They don't want to remind people about this because then people would know that Rosenblatt was the one who got the photo and how he reacted to it. They want that to fall down the memory hole. We'll continue with the moment of truth in
But
just a moment, but first,
power
a word
tools.
from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. After this photo incident, the city announced that the department would undergo a comprehensive review by external experts to evaluate how crooked the department is. In February of 2021, the report was released, and it documented that the Aurora police are as racially biased as anything you'll find in the dirty South. Black people are only 15% of the Aurora population, but 50% of those who the police use force against. Remember, Elijah McClain was walking down the street when they attacked.
It's actually more than that. It's actually was supposed to be 22% because one of the candidates that was black that was running for mayor, that was on Jeff Fart's show, by the way, Community Works CEO Robert Andrews said it was 22%. But either way, it's still disproportionate and it's purposeful, and we are targeted because Aurora is still in 2023 a sundown town. That never changed. This happened at night. This didn't happen in the middle of the day. This happened at night. So keep all that in mind. I'm gonna let Professor continue.
They also found the paramedics have a pattern of illegally injecting people with ketamine, and that they often did it in higher than recommended doses. Notice the wording? The paramedics often inject people with excessive amounts of lethal chemicals. This is standard procedure for them. It's not some accident. So the paramedics are as dirty as their pals in the police. From George Floyd to Eric Garner, when these paramedics show up, they don't do anything because they are as complicit as the police.
Yep.
Of course, they found that the Aurora Police Department has a pattern of violating state and federal laws, that they routinely tell people to stop resisting even when they're not. Elijah McClain wasn't resisting when he was put in a chokehold, and he certainly wasn't resisting when he was handcuffed and on the ground, and they injected him with a lethal chemical. Investigators also documented that the Aurora Police immediately escalate situations. So in other words, these guys cause problems. In September 2021, a grand jury indicted the 3 officers who assaulted Elijah, including Jason Rosenblatt, as well as the 2 paramedics who murdered him. The grand jury also changed the lying coroner's report, listing the cause of death as complications of ketamine administration following forcible restraint. Now, that was 2 years ago. The courts allowed these animals to be on the loose pending trial. Yesterday, a verdict was handed down in the trial of 2 of the murderers. Randy Rodema was convicted of criminally negligent homicide and third-degree assault. Jason Rosenblatt, who laughed at a photo of his fellow thugs reenacting the murder, was acquitted. The 3rd former police officer who took part in the murder, Nathan Woodyard, as well as 2 of the paramedics, are set to go on trial in the coming weeks. This goes to show the bad guys are trying to tiptoe their way back to the old normal. Too many police have been put in prison the last 3 years for them to give blanket acquittals, so instead they're doing this. You have prosecutors who are allowing juries to be impaneled who they know are predisposed to not convict, like I've told you. Trials are won and lost during the jury selection process. Prosecutors know full well when they've got someone who doesn't want to acquit. God knows prosecutors make sure to eliminate anyone from a jury who they think won't. That's why prosecutors in the U.S. have such extremely high conviction rates. They know how juries work. They know how to engineer a bad jury. During the voir dire process, you make sure to be hostile as possible to any people in the jury pool who even remotely express the idea that they might convict someone who they don't want convicted or acquit someone who they don't want acquitted. And then what happens is the other members of the jury pool, many of whom don't even want to be there, they'll go ahead and say, oh, well, I got somewhere else to be, or I'll go ahead and convict or acquit whatever they think is going to please the prosecutor. As a result, you can easily have 6 or 7 biased people on a jury. And even if one or two honest people happen to slip through, there's a better than 85% chance that they will knuckle under and just go along with whatever the majority on the jury want. I know a lot of people watch movies like 12 Angry Men and such, but the thing to be remembered is in the real world, in an actual trial, there's nobody who's in the jury room who's actually trying to sway the other 11 jurors. For the most part, they go right along with peer pressure. That's what determines most of the jury verdicts in these trials that you see. Peer pressure is the psychology of the jury, and most people, even those who know better, will go along with it. That's how trials turn out in the real world. But the enemy even has backstops to make sure that if there's a conviction, it won't be allowed to stand. Rodema is set to be sentenced on January 5th, and I find it very telling that the judge wants to wait 3 months before handing down a sentence. That's unusual. And the judge wants to do it close to the New Year's celebration, and to do it on a Friday, no less. Now, this judge is already telegraphing to everybody that he intends to hand down probation. That's what he's intending to do. Or some other maneuver that basically amounts to an acquittal from the bench. They're trying to time the sentence to be given during New Year's celebration when everyone's going to be distracted or looking at something else, and to issue this sentence on a Friday, which is what January the 5th, 2024 is. So the judge is making it very obvious what he's trying to do, and even Rodema's lawyers know that the fix is in. Because after the verdict, Rodema's lawyer was bragging to the killer's wife that he may not go to jail. He's okay. He's okay. It's not mandatory. Now, gee, he sounds awfully sure about that outcome. Now, how can he be so certain? Because they already know the judges are crooked. Public pressure may be enough to force these scumbags to be put on trial, but unless these corrupt judges also feel the heat, they'll keep getting slaps on the wrist. The DAs, judges, and police form an axis of evil, and all three of them have to be punished harshly in order for justice in the courtrooms to become a reality. The public must also remain vigilant so that these kind of crimes are responded to by the citizenry, which is what has to happen when the institutions have been captured by criminals. It falls to the citizens to take them back and defend themselves from lawlessness. What those animals did to Elijah McClain was a crime, as determined by a jury. If Elijah had had the implements of self-defense, or if some other concerned citizen did, then his life would have been saved. Citizens have no legal obligation to comply with unlawful orders from the police. They are not law enforcement. They are a taxpayer-funded street gang, and they should be regarded as such by everyone. Black people have a right to be safe wherever they are and to protect themselves from anyone who tries to harm them, no matter where they get their paycheck from.
Right.
Justice is not something that comes from the government. It certainly doesn't come from the thugs in blue or corrupt judges on a bench or these corrupt DAs in these offices. Justice comes from the people. And when the people stand up, the bad guys will back down. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Jacques Hargett, Blacc to Death, Gregory Franklin, Yolanda Sapp, and Thomas Jones. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okay, we got some comments. All right, Lady Chat, I see you in the chat. More reason for this corrupt cruise. More reason for this corrupt crews should pay for their settlements instead of people's tax dollars to pay the lawsuits against them. To be held accountable and not charge taxpayer dollars to settle the lawsuits. Yeah, I agree. Whoever you are, Facebook user, I definitely agree with you. Lady, you definitely welcome to jump on. You have the link. Anyhow, we pray that Elijah McClain's family gets the justice that they rightfully deserve. It's like so many other black victims of racism and white supremacy in the hands of the white supremacist police departments throughout this country and the world. So, um, the money ain't gonna bring them back. But either way, enough is enough of this. We gotta take a stand, black family. They just can't keep killing us like this is an open season on niggas. Like you just marking us every day, and we're not busting back. We're not taking the proper precautions to survive through this shit. We're not waging back. We're at war, but we're still acting like everything is hunky dory, peachy keen around here. And it's like, no, the sky is seriously falling, and we need to get it together as a people. In Americans, that's the example. So, unfortunately, so FBA, it's up to us to set the proper example of what being on code is and what that look like. And we are at war, black family. Is that you, Shabaka? Shabaka, just jump on here. Man, that's Shabaka. Just jump on. And he's like, I'm going to sleep. But he's on the phone. Oh, y'all both got the link. You and Lady Shay both got the link. But carrying on, every time I see his grandma, who stays in my father's building, I give her a nice big hug and appreciate her for everything that she does for me and my dad and the general community. The phone is powering down. Oh, okay. All right, got you. So, yeah, there's another trial going on that just started for the third officer who was pictured in that photo. So we're going to keep y'all posted on that as well, on how that turns out. And then the paramedics trial is supposed to begin soon too as well. So we will definitely keep y'all abreast of the situation here at Frontline Black News and Frontline Campaign. So we got Jor'dell Richardson next. So Jor'dell Richardson, another soft target because I love to go for children, women, and children. Those are the racist white supremacists' main targets, especially if they're black. That has to stop. Sorry, y'all, I hit the vape, so I'm like super out of it. Voice is kind of fucked up right now. Honey. So here we go. We got Jor'dell Richardson. This young man was involved in a attempted robbery. Him and like four of his friends, and they killed him in the alley and turned the camera off, act like they didn't, turn the camera back on. And he's dead on the ground, and we're not supposed to expect foul play and intent behind this shit. He had a BB gun. They thought he had a real gun. We're always armed. Even when we're not armed, we're still armed. I know what the hell I'm talking about, but that's why they call it the great equalizer. But it just continues, and it's like, how much longer we're just gonna sit here and watch this shit go on to our people and not wage back? We gotta stop telling our moves on these social medias that we don't control. So we're just basically telling on ourselves now. We have to stop that. But we're going to continue to give y'all information. Oops, it's the wrong tablet. It's the wrong one. Oh, shit. Oh, man. All right, so this is from DJ K Dot, the party. Appreciate you, K Dot. Much love over here. He's one of our black auditors of the police. He literally audits the police, and he's a DJ. He's like super black first. So salute to the rider. He's in Aurora. So he dropped this, but it's not a news video.
3 officers under investigation for shooting and killing a 14-year-old after an armed robbery are now back to full duty. Aurora police conducted an internal affairs investigation into 3 officers after the shooting of Jor'dell Richardson. Police say Richardson was with a group that robbed a liquor store on June 1st. Officers chased him, tackled him, and one of the officers shot Jor'dell in the stomach. Investigators say Jor'dell was reaching for a gun. An internal affairs investigation exonerated the officers of violating the most serious policies like use of deadly or physical force. One officer was warned for not activating their body cameras sooner. Another received a written reprimand for cursing during the incident. The district attorney's office announced last month it would not file charges against the officers.
So they caught out the bloody A2. They refuse to even prosecute these bastards. They got away with cold-blooded murder. Mother's talking about black supremacy. What do we control? What in the hell do we control? Besides ourselves. So the only thing we can control is ourselves. So less than power to him. My sister knows his people as well, so who they repeal this shit. And internal investigation, beyond the internal investigation, the damn DA actually decides to look at this shit. Like, we gotta bring that pressure like that to that DA, the ones in the world. Y'all gotta definitely bring that pressure to them. Definitely pull up winter too, and not just pull up summer. It's pull up winter, fall, and spring. This is year round, constantly, 365. Racism, white supremacy don't take a day off nor a second, so why should we? So that's what I have to say on that. So, the next topic is them goddamn Democrats. I'm still waiting on you bisexuals calling to Sparks Black Experience Enhanced. Y'all know the number, but in case you forgot the number, here it is. Black Experience Enhanced, 516-418-5996. You press 1 and you'll be live on the air. And you can call in every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time and every Friday at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So yeah, appreciate the viewers. I wish somebody would jump on, but I'm not dropping the link. Sabaka and our Lady Che, you got the link. So yeah, I have no excuses for not being on this live, except you're tired and there's a life-threatening emergency going on. We're getting back to it. The Democrats, they're so desperate for a vote right now, Black family. Desperation mode done kicked in. So I lost count how many white Democratic shell organizations here in Denver want my assistance and my input so they can steal my intellectual property and then claim and pass it off as their own like they did during the campaign. Like, it's a cold game. You can't even trust your own people because there's so many raccoons out here in Colorado. It's ridiculous. Like, there's very few codified individuals out here. We're here. It's just not as many as other places. Democrats. So I'm going to play this clip from Tariq real quick because I got to put my thoughts together on the next topics. So we got Democrats in desperation mode. So Tariq hosts these Twitter spaces or these X spaces. And these must be coming in on the lives, on the spaces. And they be caping for the Democrats. They look like us, but they're Democratic first. They're not black first. So I'm going to play this clip of him going in on him and his splaining. Because we've been making them do a lot of splaining.
the immigration issue or the illegal immigration issue being such a hot button.
From the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories,
FDA, you don't like to be
natural
musty.
deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Rootwork, the all-natural, foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend, enriched with this legendary root, offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that's from the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories, comes a natural deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Rootwork, the all-natural, foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend, enriched with this legendary root, offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that celebrates culture, history, and your well-being. Unlock the magic of Rootwork today. Experience the pure essence of nature. Visit rootworkstyle.com and make the switch to a healthier cultural choice.
I want to make sure my volume and stuff is in order. How y'all doing, man? How y'all living? Glad to have everybody tuning in. Ready to do our thing, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to chop a good game as we always do around this time of night. Y'all know how I get down. But glad to have y'all tuning in, man. Just checking in. I'm going to get some calls real quickly just to see what's on everybody's mind. Hope you guys checked out the broadcast I did earlier live on my YouTube channel, Tariq Radio. If you guys are not following me on YouTube, y'all need to follow my Tariq Radio YouTube channel. We talked about the Jada situation, Jada Pinkett Smith. And I chimed in on that, gave my little 2 cents on that. So that's worth a good listen. So that's Tariq Radio on YouTube. And just checking in with the family, seeing what's on everybody's mind this evening. Shout out to the late nighters on the East Coast. I know you guys stay up hella late. And we here.
Yeah, shout out to the viewers on the East
things
Coast.
going on. We're still working on the movie Microphone Check. And you guys can support that at Kickstarter.com. What's up, Tubman? Or you can go to microphonecheck.com and you can get your Rootwork at rootworkstyle.com. And this
stuff
is
as well.
National Hoodoo Heritage Month. So this is the month to celebrate Rootwork. What's up, Nikki the God? Nikki, when I was doing my broadcast the other day, I forgot we were supposed to have our sister Wani on. There was so much stuff going on. It just kind of slipped my mind. We should do something, just a special broadcast with Wani tomorrow. I do a special broadcast to chop it up with her and do a Zoom call and we do it live. See if she's available tomorrow because I got a free day tomorrow early. So yeah, we can see what we can do. I just do something specifically with Sister Wani so the family will know what's going on with her so she can just kind of tap in and let everybody know she's good. Because they took our sister off Twitter, which is very unfortunate. They took her off Twitter. And there was some tethers that got her taken off. And you know what's funny? There's some white supremacists, there's a white supremacist chick that a lot of people have been reporting on Twitter. I forgot what her name is, but she's using the N-word with the hard R, saying all types of N-word this, N-word that. I mean, with the hard ER. And that woman's page don't get taken down for nothing. If they want to spew anti-Black racism, that's perfectly fine. But when we start clapping back on people, then people want to have hissy fits. Mm-hmm. So, they got the white supremacist double standing all across social media. So, we know what it is. What's up, Afro Elite? How are you, brother? So we know how people stay on code in the dominant society. So that shouldn't even be a shocker to us. Speaking of on code, there was a case, I want to say this was in Philadelphia. It was in the East Coast. It was either Philly or Baltimore. It was one of those places, but it was a white dude who got killed by a teenage black kid. And last week, the headlines were an activist got killed by the teen he tried to help. They kept framing it like that. And I said, something's wrong. That sounds weird. They kept framing it like this. God knows who. We don't know who these people are. There's crimes being committed in black areas by these people. We're trying to clean our communities up, and we're getting flooded with more people. Our foundational Black American family is suffering. These folks need to go home and work it out. I'm supporting them going home and working it out.
So you support people for voting for Donald Trump for the single issue of mass deportation, which he promised last.
Gabriel, the think tank sent him down here to kind of deliver the talking points. So, Gabriel, what?
Quan Atlas is
a lot of folks in here.
Gabriel.
So let's chop it up with the family and see what's on everybody's mind. What's up? We got Gabriel, the Democrat spokesperson. Gabriel, what have they told you? Okay, let's get you on, Gabriel. Let's hear some of the Democratic talking points. Let's hear this. We got Gabriel, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gabriel. Gabriel, the think tank sent him down here to kind of deliver the talking points. So, what are the Democrats giving you to deliver us, Gabriel?
How you doing, Tariq?
I'm good. How are you, brother?
You said something that kind of troubled me the other day. It was it has to do with politics when you was like, Trump is starting to grow on you.
Yeah.
How is that so?
Well, just the immigration of people. Yeah, the immigration thing. Yes, I'm feeling that. I'm going to be honest. I'm feeling it because our communities here are being flooded with God knows who. We don't know who these people are. There's crimes being committed in black areas by these people. We're trying to clean our communities up, and we're getting flooded with more people. Our foundational Black American family is suffering. These folks need to go home and work it out. I'm supporting them going home and working it out.
So you support people for voting for Donald Trump for the single issue of mass deportation, which he promised last time when he ran for office. You didn't get through because first of all, it's illegal. Second of all,
where did you tell people I was?
It's illegal. Well, what's illegal?
Right. What's understood doesn't have to be said.
Where is everybody?
You actually have to have a reason to deport people.
Did they have a
what's understood does not need to be said.
They didn't have a reason to deport them. They got them the hell up out of here and start whipping them at the border. So they didn't have a reason.
And then you say that Trump is all about deportation. The last time the man was in office, he deported less people than Obama did in a 4-year term. So I'm not sure he's the best person to do that. And I know you don't like Obama.
Look at Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, and Obama opened the floodgates. So yeah, Obama. You can talk about Obama.
He did deport more people. He deported more immigrants than Donald Trump ever did, though.
But Obama let a gang of men and then had a DACA program giving them our tax dollars. So yeah, he incentivized enough of them. So yeah, you can deport.
Well, you don't like the
usually, and hold on. Usually the black ones. Those are the ones they deport. Let's don't leave that out.
Right.
They deport the black ones like the Haitians and some of the others. So let's be very clear.
I've done a lot of Haitians that came over during the Biden administration. I've done a lot of Haitians that came over here.
And we've seen a lot of them, and we've seen a lot of them get rounded right back up and sent right back to where they came from.
Biden has actually made it easy.
Yeah, that's the Democratic shield. He's doing a lot of.
No, I'm saying you've been in here talking to yourself.
In the chat, yeah. So welcome, Lady Shay. We just went over Elijah McClain.
And, I watched it. Was it worth it? Is it worth it? That's the question. You know, when people do shit, or they hurt others, is it ever worth it? I wonder if it was worth it. You know, for all the shit that they did. I wonder if it was really worth it. You know, when shit happens, people ever ask themselves if it was worth it. You know what I mean?
No, they went back to the scene of the crime and took a picture.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Did you ever ask yourself, was it worth it? Do you think they asked themselves if it was worth it? All the
No,
shit they did.
I thought it was gonna be I'm white and I say so, and I can do whatever, and the laws don't apply to me.
Right. Because they're privileged, right? Doesn't apply to them to have integrity, right? Right?
Correct. Yeah.
That's the way of the world, huh? So they never ask themselves, people don't ask themselves, was it worth it to do this to this person? Did they get everything they wanted out of it? Did they? Was it worth it to them? That's the question of the day. Because obviously it wasn't worth it. It's not worth it, right? It wasn't worth it. They just did it. Just like people just do things because, they want to. Because their privilege allows them to. Because they think they can get away with it, right?
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
that's racism and white supremacy 101.
Right. That even our people live under. Because they just do shit. Because if they, they can. So is it worth it? Was it worth it? Is it all worth it? You know what I mean? When I feel like things are like that, I have to ask myself, did I do it? Well, first of all, it has to behoove me to do it. It has to be worth it for me to do anything. I have to be moved, right? So, no people don't think like me. So I was just thinking, is it really worth it? Was it worth it? Is it worth it? When people do fucked up shit to others for unnecessary reasons, just because? No, nobody ever asked that question. I like Professor Black's fucking
Oh yeah, that was the truth. Oh, that was a real good one.
It's definitely the truth. Definitely. But when the truth is right there in your face, people always act like they don't see it, they haven't heard it, they don't know. You know what I mean? So they rearrange the truth somehow to suit their needs, so they can live with their consequences, their actions. You know what I mean? So yeah, but that shit right there was the truth. I mean, you can't speak on anything in Aurora, but you're actually out here in Aurora, and you seen it out here in Aurora. That shit right there that happened. Oh yeah, that's just one major thing that got fucking seen. But half the shit that goes on here in Aurora.
Yeah, but
in Aurora at night, ever.
Trying to show that at all. They were not trying to show that though. It was the people that had to force their head to come off with that.
I live out here, Jesse, in Aurora, in the hot zone, in a fucking high impact area, right? In Aurora.
Yeah.
So at night, I'm outside. Remember when I used to go outside? I was patrolling the neighborhood at night, all hours. Right?
Yeah.
I see all this shit, and I think as much as I've had experiences with APD in Aurora, since I was a little girl, I know it better than anybody that's capable of it. They're capable of all sorts of madness. They're doing all kinds of madness all the time, every day. Nobody notices it. Or the police don't tell nobody. The police can get away with anything because at the end of the day, everybody's empowered them to be above their own laws. So like, of course, there's not their community consequences. We want justice. We want this. We want that. It's nice to want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's kind of thing you would listen to. Yeah, it's nice to want, but does it happen? No. Because at the end of the day, you might think you're the mayor. The police are running you. You still allowed it to. You know what I mean? So the police are the big criminal. But we're the criminals.
The police unions are running it.
But check it out. I think if you really listen to what I said in my show today, earlier in the morning, then you would see that all that shit, I was just trying bars for like 3 hours. It's the greatest word probably ever. But a lot of truth telling right there that nobody really wants to admit to at all, especially here in Aurora. You know what I mean? I'm in Aurora all day.
Yeah, you're in the sundown town. It's a sundown town.
I go outside right now. I sat there. We can watch that shit. If you watch the shit, like I said, watch the units or we say it. We can go outside right now, sit at the bus stop, and just watch and watch police actually commit crimes right in front of us.
Yep, you did say
And
that.
nobody talks about that. Yeah, because it's a fear. Yeah, they're fucking scary. Of course they are. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And the narrative is, we're afraid now, blah, 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 blah. And if this didn't happen, and these protests, and blah, 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 but the taxpayers have been paying for this terrorizing that they're under.
Aurora was working in collusion with Denver for the George Floyd protests.
Right. Paying for your own demise, okay? So, when you're paying for your own demise and tax money, and this is happening, and you're, why? You just ask yourself, why? Well, because you're playing into the long game of the rules, and these are the rules that you're playing for your own demise.
I still have the shell souvenir from one of the shells. They shot at us. I wish I would.
My brain.
At that time, I wish I would have got shot. Nah, I don't want to do that. They
You
can't.
might get shot with one of those. Those things cause brain damage. You hit in the face with one of those. But they're always asking for shit, right? When the cars get torched or
You have to pay out
they
like
need this, they need that.
$15 million behind that shit.
Do you think that their vehicles
Taxpayers.
Listen. Do you think that their vehicles and them getting shot at all the time or fucked with when the fucking people start acting, start getting their get back? Because we're under siege, right? The police act like they're under siege. Do you think that they even hold themselves accountable for the karma that they have? Oh, shit got burnt. Why did they get burnt? Do you think that people would have torched the cars or be terrorizing the police once in a while? Do you think that it's not just, or that they had it coming and they're innocent and blah blah blah? That this isn't a karmatic event. No, what happens is that motherfuckers just get tired of you terrorizing them, so they go terrorize you for a little bit, and you want to act like the fucking victim because you caused that, and then you don't want to say, you know what? Maybe we should change this behavior that we've been doing for fucking millennia. And maybe the police,
the culture,
and we will keep taxing them.
The slave-pushing culture of the police or the police has to be. You're not gonna be able to reform that. It has to go. But y'all laughed about that. They said that was a joke and a fantasy. Y'all laughed at the Peace Force.
You don't want to because you're scared.
And now it's budgeting time, and you want to give the police even more money.
They're gonna give the police money. You know why? Because they're afraid of the police. They need them.
They're gonna give them more money. They already give them money, but they're gonna give them more money.
Look, the moment you say you don't want to give them shit and start doing start saying shit like whatever you say, then motherfuckers will say, "Oh my God, you don't think you need the police?" Like, no. Why would I call a criminal to fucking come over and criminalize me some more?
They don't de-escalate nothing.
No,
they don't
I didn't call a criminal and you think I'm
mental health professionals. They're not prepared to deal with somebody having an attack, a panic attack, a heart attack, any kind of attack, a mental health crisis, none of that. They're not equipped to deal with none of that. They are trained killers. That's why they get them straight from the military. These are hardened, shell-shocked criminals that did criminal shit when they were in the military and came over and brought that shit into the police force. And it's been like that since at least the 80s. On that sense, and going back even further than that, they are the slave patrol. The first police in America are the slave patrol. They still literally wear the same badges that they did back then in South Carolina. But that's a whole nother story. Let's get back to Gabriel, though. Like, the Democrats, they are super desperate, y'all. Crew,
this is the collapse of the two-party system right here in front of our eyes. This is the fucking collapse. And if you didn't want to, you don't listen to your girl, man. Say go on vacation right now. Is the time. Nobody's even gonna miss us. But it's real shit.
They're definitely gonna miss us. This motherfucker out in 2024. They're gonna miss us a whole lot.
No, it doesn't even matter in 2024. Look what's happening now. This is just this is the the collapse of the system.
Oh yeah.
Right in front of our eyes, just
You
like
might have a third party candidate win for once.
not just that, but where's the people? If the people are really real with themselves, the people should have no faith in this fucking whatever. Not even a fucking mustard seed of hope at this point. You're gonna assume it's gonna be on our own, like literally. Just watch and see. You know, so we should have any faith or wonder that this will resolve itself.
Oh, there's a election going on right now in Louisiana too.
I don't know. I don't listen.
I don't know anybody doing from Louisiana, but let's get back to Gabriel. The shit that the Democrats is spitting.
My brain feels like it's leaking.
Oh God, it's not good.
You made the legal process more streamlined, and I
Yeah,
think it to be commended.
the non-black ones.
No, the black ones.
non-black
Like I'm telling you, I know
Sure.
personally a lot of Haitians who.
Yeah, that's something.
It's not sharing. Now it is.
There's some,
bro. I know a Haitian family that rock from Brazil, bro. From Philly.
Yeah, but don't act like we didn't see what happened at that border with that whipping. We don't act like
I've yet to, every FBA space I go to, and people mention that to me, I've yet to see the video for that. I've yet to see.
You don't remember seeing the video for that? Are you serious? Are you serious?
What is it about?
You don't remember the video because of them rounding up?
I just came into a live, so I don't know what you're talking about right now. What is he referring to?
He's talking about the video of the Haitians being rounded up.
Oh yeah. That's right.
For the Prince.
Yeah, he's gonna use it right now. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, go ahead, start it over again. Now I know where you're at.
So he's talking to a Democratic shield named Gabriel. Shit that these Democrats and their shields are out here explaining to us. And think we're gonna accept that shit. Hell no. We're gonna challenge it every chance we get. Rebuke it every chance we get. Debunk it every chance we get.
No, God. Yeah, it's selective viewing. Don't act like that's
selective viewing. I ask the people every time to provide the video for me, and I never get provided the video because I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's that. Yes, they do. There's pictures of you seen the pictures, right?
The pictures, yeah, but the pictures look bad. But then they released the video. The video to disprove what the picture was.
Okay. So yeah, you want to see the video, and the picture ain't good enough. You just want to see the video of the whippings.
Because the video, but like, and the second point is also want to get your thoughts on how do you feel about Israel and what's going on in Palestine? Like, how do you feel about that?
I'm indifferent, very indifferent about it. That's them. Let them work that out. I'm very indifferent about it. So yeah, they work it out, man.
You support America sending, United States a lot of aid to sending our aid money to Israel
for the reparations.
I don't support our aid money going anywhere because we need it. I don't want our aid money going to the Ukraine anywhere. I wish our tax dollars worked for us. I mean, we're going through war over here. I really wish our tax dollars worked for us.
And that's understandable.
The reparations. I'm sorry about your problems. It really is terrible.
Black women, congresswomen,
what's up with reparations and stuff like that? It's really happening here.
You made a good speech, right? Defending the president. It is impeachment inquiry.
Attack.
I don't know what you did, but you said something about her. Like, I don't know, you might have said something about her hair, but it was like, oh, you had our black women politicians. Like, that's a sister at the end of the day.
When did she become the representative of black women? She was acting like a stereotype, which is a horrible representation of black women. Doesn't represent black women.
She was being herself.
No, she was being an over-the-top sassy mammy, flipping her wig around, wagging her finger and rolling her damn neck like a sassy Jezebel. That's a stereotype that a lot of sisters don't want to have put on them. It wasn't a good look, and she was doing all of that sassy mammying for Biden. was all about, oh, I wish my daddy, I wish I love my son. It was just some real mammy ass shit.
I mean, she was making a valid point in defending Joe Biden, who was being accused of crooked deals with his son.
And look, okay, look, if she's up here nasty or hurt by you,
mad about it doesn't mean shit.
I'm just saying, but like your main issue is reparations.
Yeah,
and for reparations to happen, you're gonna need politicians like her to give hell to make reparations happen.
She's not talking about reparations.
Ain't for no reparations. That woman ain't doing nothing for reparations. That woman is part of the lift all programs that helps everybody. And she's not doing anything.
And that's my problem with
like, I damn sure don't want. We don't need no mammies who ain't
definitely not. You got that right. He's right. She's talking about reparations.
Neck flinging and weed.
She's talking about reparations. Biden will never talk about reparations. She's on whatever. Motherfucker MAGA, I don't know what else. Yeah, you agree.
She's not going to
everything.
Hey, you know, check it out. I didn't listen to Tariq for like 3 years already, but I haven't had to.
It's not there, sir. So we're not playing that game.
But she said it out of her mouth. You know, I love watching those stuff.
Trump never touch reparations.
Love that shit. I just put it in version.
Here's the thing. If
I reiterate that shit.
Look at the lessons of the evil that would be. I'm not supporting anybody, but it's who am I not going to support Biden.
She ain't for this. She ain't talking reparations. She definitely ain't talking about black people. She sided with Zaddy. And then, you know, had parents that loved her that much. What's that say?
That's the lesson.
I would never admit that like that. First of all, is that really love? You got worked into yourself.
You got caught on tape.
Is that love? You know, and then
Biden said his son has a crack pipe in his hand right now.
Right. That camera. That motherfucker got a bubble in his mouth. Stop the cat.
That's the damn.
Under federal
criminal. So Biden
loved her that way.
Raised the criminal. So I don't want to hear nothing about no damn.
People go through drug epidemics every day. People have drug problems every day.
Right.
He's just like any ordinary
American. And this is the same Biden that threw black folks in jail because of these draconian drug laws.
Right.
That's karma.
That same crime bill too. He also established drug court, so you got to give him credit for that too.
I ain't giving him credit for nothing.
I'm just saying.
I'm not no Biden sexual.
Locked up because of Biden's ass.
Especially on that.
Biden's getting that karma with his.
Biden
getting karma with that crackhead son of his. Now, what to do about Biden's horrible numbers? Because his numbers are struggling right now. And they know Biden is in big trouble.
By what metric?
Let's not play that. All of the polls are saying that Biden's numbers with black voters horrible right now.
Black voters.
That's why they're trying to.
Black voters will come home.
That's why they're.
Black voters will come home. They will. They always will.
They'll come home to the plantation. No, we're off the plantation.
The Democratic Party has never been to the plantation.
Tell you, motherfucker, watch. If Tyrese says everybody should go on vacation, y'all motherfuckers listen. But for 3 weeks, I'm telling y'all. We're late. Like, let's go on vacation. They ain't even noticing us right now.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Numbers supported. Black people
economic reality support. No, we have not.
Black people make more money.
No, we have not.
Since World War II, that has been the case.
Man, black people, our resources get funneled to all of these other groups under the Democrats. We're doing horribly under them. There's so many homeless black people. We can't get resources from these little janky programs they put together because they rig these programs to incentivize other people to get them over us. We do horribly under the Democrats, and we're doing horribly economically now because of their policies. There's a reason why black people in Chicago and other places are complaining that they're losing their venues, their land, their businesses because we're being flooded by these Biden immigrants. It's a bad look, and we ain't rocking with them.
Unemployment
over there.
No.
Right now,
got a bunch of men dude, you got so
Calling
many
it now.
black people out here
Yeah,
now.
I might not be around to watch this shit happen. I'm calling it now though. Watch this. Watch this motherfucking sanctuary shut down. Like I said,
Also, the Democrats, they're prioritizing acting
either
on
way,
the
watch them before
us. We're not getting the crime bill that we need.
genocide, God knows what else, right?
Anti Asian hate crime bill. They got that for them.
Or else. Pretty sure that motherfucker means it. Right?
No,
I'm pretty sure he means it. If he's running motherfuckers out the country.
It says it in the bill. I wish y'all stop lying. People can Google it and see it. People can get that Asian hate crime. It says that.
Russia just talking about
I don't know why y'all tell that lie all the time.
There's
the reason why these crimes act.
Where's fucking I can't remember. Like the same people.
Anti-Asian hate crime. That's why they had a whole
Google just started up out of nowhere
that they were spreading all over the place, and they were giving them money and resources, sir.
All they specifically protect.
Google assistant just popped up.
Because they're stitching on me.
Right.
So you want
Google is
also they gave money to some they can protect themselves and raise awareness. They were spreading money all around, not just police. A lot of agencies that they were giving those resources to protect themselves. So they were incentivizing them also by having a bill specifically. They are allowed to protect themselves because if you commit a crime, there's a federal law saying, "Hey, you can't mess with them." So that gives them an opportunity.
That's any race. That applies for any race.
No. We don't have
there's nothing that Asian hate crime bill that says what you're saying. That was already illegal under the 2009 hate crime bill under Obama.
Then why did they need a specific one for Asians? Then
all that did was just give money to more policing in the area. If you want money for more policing in my neighborhood,
okay.
All it did.
If they were already covered under the civil rights hate crime, why did they?
Right here. I'll be right back. Okay. I gotta go get the door.
You are intelligent. If the bill gets 90, a bill gets 90.
Why did they have the Matthew Shepard / James Byrd hate crime thing too? So they can protect LGBT people since they already had something for LGBT people.
Race is already covered under that hate crime under the bill you just named.
Right, but marginalized people.
They literally use the hate crime. They literally charge Ahmaud Arbery killers with hate crime legislation. They literally charge Breonna Taylor.
And they didn't want to, and we had to fight them, and we had to fight them to do that. We had to fight them and make them do that.
You had to fight them.
No, you're not gonna lie. No, because Biden and those guys were trying to be slick with that. Biden and those guys were trying to cut a deal with them. No, you're not gonna. No. Biden and those guys tried to cut another deal to be light on those guys, and the streets and the grassroots said, "Hey, wait a minute, let's not do that."
No, that was not on Biden. That was on the independent DA.
Under Biden administration, sir. They're under the direction of Biden.
Biden administration has his focus on every cases throughout any country.
Yeah,
the whole nation.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
No. They did this. Don't do that. They did it under Biden. This is Biden. No. This is Biden's administration. They weren't. Don't do that. They weren't acting independent of Biden. It's Biden's DA. Let's don't do that, brother. Well, I don't know everything that be going on.
DAs are ran by states, though.
Biden is busy. Biden has things to do.
You know this. We live in a federalist system. Okay,
brother. Thank you so much. The butterbeer.
Good talking to you.
Thank you, brother. No, you're not going to sit here and just put butter biscuits and crumbs sucking on Biden. We're not going to do that. No. You're not going to do that. You're not going to act like Biden's people are just acting independent of him and Biden just didn't know. You know Biden, see now, he didn't know. Biden is good people. Biden would never do that. That's his DA. Biden don't look at every case that be going on. Stop. I'm not going to even entertain that. That means the conversation is over. Now you buck dancing, brother. All right, that was now you got now you got into a little buck dancing. All right, let's get no cap.
Yeah, so that's the Twitter space. You're on X space or whatever the fuck it is now. The musty man will change the name. Yeah, so that talk is not flying over here for online campaigns, for online Black news, or any other platforms we're associated with when we don't associated with Coons. That's why there's no movie coming out called Coons, and it's starring majority of you niggas. Where is Jay? Where is Jay? Okay, welcome back, ladies. What are your thoughts on the Democratic shield, Gabriel?
The dude that's talking?
Yeah.
He obviously just wants to fucking fight and fucking provoke. Obviously, he believes in what he's saying, but he's stupid. He's stupid. And if you really truly believe any of that shit, you're stupid too. People really think that lady's doing some shit talking about no reparations. She don't even talk about Black people.
She's for everybody.
She's just doing what picking sides. She when she's doing something for Black people though, never.
Never that. We got the ones right here in Colorado and Denver and Aurora. I don't do nothing for Black people. Nothing. I am proud to say though, Chantel Lewis does.
Yeah. Yeah. She's showing it though. She's showing improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good. That's why the Black vote would go to her.
Yep.
Yeah. We gave her the Black vote.
Yeah, now these must ask me, so why were they here? Why did you bring them?
I mean, what?
My case manager was like, so why did you bring them? What are you trying to do here?
Like you're the villain, huh?
Yeah. What should have been done with this girl that was purchased? Bulldoze this motherfucker to the ground. Trash. There ain't no repairing or fixing this shit. It's just like with the Democrats, the police, or any other institution that exists to oppress Black people. Ain't nothing good about none of this shit. We need to do that shit across the board.
So it said like you're causing problems with a problematic situation.
I'm always a troublemaker. You gotta be a troublemaker to hang out with. No record.
Wow.
The folks have to have fucked with you more than a few times, and you are being tracked, and you're on their radar, and they have you classified as a BIE.
What?
Otherwise, don't come around here.
Oh no, not true. Well, I don't say that's true, but yeah, I would say that's true. I guess for me, in my defense, I've been bad for a long time though. This is a different type of bad.
Yeah.
I was talking about it yesterday. I've been doing fucking bad shit my whole life, but this is different. I didn't do it for the betterment of us. At least I was doing it for the betterment of us. It's different. It's different. Oh, well, pretty disruptive, troublemaking. This isn't good trouble either.
Yeah, fuck John Lewis. Man, he rested in
Good
hell.
trouble. That was funny.
An old happy day when he passed away. These
When
mothers.
did they tell you that?
Yeah, like ding dong. It's like when Betty White passed. We were like, ding dong, the witch is dead, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. When the
Man,
queen
guy, they were hugging on that bitch like.
the witch is dead, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. I'm like, pop.
Hey, look how they do with
When we bury Malcolm X. Yeah. Until then, no, you get no tears here. Y'all kick the bucket. It's just ding dong, goodbye, good riddance. Period. Because y'all do the same with us. Y'all don't give a fuck about us, so why should we give a fuck about you?
At the end of the day, you know, selfishness always takes over selflessness. You see that?
It's time Black people as a whole be selfish. Take care of home first. Take care of yourself first. Put the oxygen mask on yourself first. They tell you on the plane, that's the first thing they tell you. It's an emergency, you know. You put the oxygen mask on yourself first. Don't put it on anybody else. You gotta take care of yourself first, you know. So the same thing applies here. Take care of yourself, Black family. Stop depending on these white saviors to come in and save the day. Like, no, we gotta do for self. The only people that's gonna save each other is us. Nobody gonna come save us, and nobody gonna rescue us but us. So, the more of us that get on code in platforms such as Frontline Black News, seen a bunch of the new Black media, we are leading that charge. So the more of us that get on code, the better off we will be as a people collectively. Because I always talk about individually. Well, the system that we're under, that's a group sport. That's not individual. I always want to make, oh, well, some of them are like this, some of them are like that. Either at the end of the day, they get on code. And the ones that don't get on code, they get chastised, killed, murdered, and lynched for not getting on code. So eventually they fall in place and they just continue the same race supremacist status quo. When they talk about the status quo, that's the part they leave out. And yeah, that's what they're talking about. Status quo, the faces change, status quo remains the same. And that means keep giving them free goodies and giveaways. That they unearned benefits. They didn't earn this. There was no meritocracy involved in any of this. There's nothing but strong armed robbery, death, rape, pillaging, you name it. And that's what they want to take off the book. So moving along, we are under crisis here in Denver because this is a sanctuary city. What the hell is Black sanctuary? Anywhere on the planet besides Sentinel Island. That's the only place on the whole planet that is Black sanctuary. I never heard of a case of them killing Black people. I've heard cases of them killing white people though in mass. You don't set foot on that island unless you're Black. So that's the only place on the planet that has not been subjugated by the white supremacists. So that's the only sanctuary we got. But here in the United States, there is no sanctuary for us. So Eric Adams is challenging the sanctuary city status. He might overturn it along with several other Black mayors, and our current mayor, the white boy, Mike Johnson, might overturn it as well. So New York is under siege, and now Eric Adams is having fight and remorse, like so many others, because initially he was on board with the shit. Oh yeah, we can take in the migrants. Oh yeah, they're seeking asylum. Oh yeah, bring them to New York. Now he's like, oh hell no, we can't have no more now. No more migrants. No. So we're gonna let TD Hip Hop give you the spill, the rundown with it. Eric Adams warns migrants stay away from New York City. Oh, now we don't have an open sign. Now it's doors are closed. No more occupancy. Eric Adams. So we're gonna let him get explaining why he is now going against Biden and saying his city can no longer take any more immigrants. And if y'all haven't liked and subscribed to the Hip Hop, you definitely should. The Hip Hop Media.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Thank you all for your patience. I know the wait grift is crazy. Gotta make y'all wait for a little bit. Can't start just right on time. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop a 1 in the live chat, and then we can get today's show started. And as I'm waiting for the ones to come in, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. That is the most important thing that you can do for me on this. That helps with this video permeate throughout the YouTube.
Yes, I can do that here as well.
Uh-oh. Give me just a second. Looks like I have to if you know me well enough, and Rob knows me well enough.
Yeah, shout out to Rob, Black White
You all know how irritated I am right now. So anyways, let me re-upload this video, and then we can get into it. So this is Eric Adams' response to whether or not he supports closing the border. Should be pulling up for you right now.
Can you say who from this table is going with you and who isn't NYPD, who's not part of your security detail, is going with you south of the border? And then secondly, do you stand by your chief advisor's contention that the federal government needs to close the borders?
She asked him, do you stand by your chief advisor's contention that the Biden administration needs to close the border? I'll run that back one more time since I interrupted.
Your chief advisor, federal government needs to close the borders?
We believe the borders should remain open. That's the official position of the city, but we have made it clear there should be a decompression strategy that we could properly deal with the volumes that's coming into our city, and no cities should have to carry the burden of the national government.
Oh, but
well,
2 months ago you said that you could handle the burden.
We need to keep the borders open.
There was no problem.
We have to remember, and like I said, it was a good reminder for myself. Eric Adams is just upset that this mess has landed in his backyard, and he's basically been left stranded by the Democratic Party himself. But at the end of the day, he is still taking his orders from DNC leadership and is, for the most part, falling in line with the open border policy of the Democratic Party. He is 100% for open borders. Now, I also want to play this next video as well, and then we're going to get into the meat of today's show. So not only is he in support of open borders, but take a listen to this question and the way he answered it when he was asked directly on whether or not he would cooperate with the federal government as it pertains to deporting Venezuelans, because Biden announced not too long ago that they're actually going to start deporting some Venezuelans, those who are here illegally. And he was asked a very direct question, Eric Adams, will you cooperate with the federal government to deport Venezuelans? And this was his answer. Let me pull that video up for you as well.
Can I eat your line? Hear me okay?
Yeah, Bernadette, if you could just talk a little more.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, once the White House rolled out this plan to deport Venezuelans that are here unlawfully and also have not applied for legal protections, do you plan on assisting them with these deportations and also information sharing?
Okay, I didn't get you completely. Do you have any questions? I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you plan on assisting the federal government with deportation efforts with Venezuelans?
Yeah,
but what we're going to do in New York City, we're going to follow the law, and whatever the law requires us to do in New York City. We're going to do that. We're going to comply with whatever laws our city has in place. As everyone knows, I don't break laws, I follow laws. We want to make sure whatever the law is, that's what we want.
Now you want to overturn the sanctuary city.
That was a great non-answer, wasn't it? That was a brilliant non-answer. But wait, there's more.
Next, we'll go to Mike Gartland. Mike, you can unmute your line.
Can hear you, Michael, if you're talking.
Now?
Yes, I can.
So I want to ask you about the deportations as a follow-up to Byrne's question. If you're following the law on that, does that in some way affect the city's status as a sanctuary city? I mean, can you just kind of get into the weeds more on that? If you're helping with deportations, which the federal government's trying to do, would that in some way impact the city's status as a sanctuary city? And if so, how?
Our city is very clear on what the law is around coordinating with ICE, and those are the laws that this administration is going to comply with. The laws are very clear, and I'm going to adhere to the laws that were in place prior to me getting in office, and I'm not going to do anything to go against those laws.
Okay, so translation. New York City is a sanctuary city, and as we all know, what that means, right? For those who don't know, you could be a little about that. Sanctuary cities being a sanctuary city does not mean that an illegal immigrant cannot be deported. That's not what that means. They can be deported, but what it simply means is that the local government will not comply with the federal government and ICE as it pertains to giving them information about said illegal immigrants, right? So essentially, it's a no snitching policy. That's all it is. So as far as ICE is concerned, if you guys want to come into the state or the city, we can't stop you. You can go look for wherever you want to look for, but we're not giving up any information, no snitching. So now that that's established, let's now get into the meat of today's show. And that's surrounding Eric Adams' world tour, I should say Latin American tour that he was on, in an effort to persuade and inform Hispanics to not come to New York. Do not come to New York. There's no room for you. We can't do anything for you. You're not getting 5-star hotels. That's the tour that he was on. He was on the Don't Come to New York City tour. Which was touring around Latin America. Now, to dive a little deeper into the specifics of what he said and what people's response was to what he was doing, what I want to do is pull up this New York Times article that should be popping up now. Title: Adams to Migrant. We love you. Now stop coming to New York. And before we dive into that article, there are 388 of you in the stream right now. Please hit the like button if you have not already. Please hit that like button. And thank you very much, John Farrell, for becoming a channel member. I appreciate the support, brother. And also thank you very much, as always, Cutthroat Nash, who stated, if they're following the law, they shouldn't worry about deportation. TF, exclamation mark. And I think we all know what TF means. I 100% agree with you. 100% agree. Now, let's get into this article right here from the New York Times. And it reads off as such. Let me just slide down a little bit and get straight to the point of this article. Earlier in the week, the mayor said that on his trip, he planned to blanket the media in Latin America with the message that New York City was absolutely out of room and that migrants should not expect to stay in a 5-star hotel. That is a quote from Eric Adams. And the article continues to read, in a room in Puebla's Congress building, featuring an ornate memorial to migrants who had died crossing the border, decorated with statues of angels and weeping children. He told reporters his goal was to communicate to the people of all the countries who were visiting that New York City has reached capacity, and we don't want to turn their aspirations or dreams into nightmares. He doesn't want to turn it into a. But here's something that's very
The American dream.
who is an immigrant.
Yeah.
Wait to believe it.
And she had some things that I thought were very interesting. And Natalia stated Natalia Bogdan, an immigrant expert who has conducted research on messaging around immigration, offered a blunt assessment of the mayor's plan. I don't believe that this method will be effective, said Mrs. Bogdan, a deputy director of the Migration Policy Institute, a nonpartisan think tank. She said the mayor's claim that the city is out of room is contradicted by the social media posts and news accounts migrants see, showing people finding places to stay and work in the city. The other problem, Ms. Bogdan said, is the messenger. People under government actors have their own incentive. And behind the message they're trying to disseminate. They are much more likely to believe things they hear from people they know and trust, she said. And that actually makes a lot of sense, right? That politicians lie, they make stuff up, they just say anything. Right? What they hear from those that are already here down on the ground. And if the reports from New York City or Chicago back to Latin America know is that it is hard out here. We're not finding any work. ICE is on our bumper. And that's what will actually deter people from coming. But that isn't what's happening, right? Now let's we're almost done with it, and then we're going to hop over into another one. So now it continues to read, and this is still coming from Ms. Bogdan. Minister Adams' negative publicity campaign, and she doesn't mean negative in the bad light, like she's speaking ill on Eric Adams. She just means his negative publicity campaign of don't come to New York, right? Mr. Adams' negative publicity campaign, Ms. Bogdan said, could easily backfire. The surreal sight of the mayor of America's financial capital, a stylish man with swagger, traveling thousands of miles to one of the most desperate places on earth, could end up as a recruiting tool, she said. Migrants might come away thinking that if the mayor is so worried about the drain of the city's resources, he was willing to go to the, migrants might come away thinking that if the mayor is so worried about the drain on the city's resources, he was willing to go to the effort to tell them in person. On the other hand, she said, Mr. Adams could benefit at home from being seen as a hands-on leader willing to roll up his sleeve. And I wanted to highlight that last point as well. Mr. Adams could benefit at home from being seen as a hands-on leader willing to roll up his sleeves. A lot of this stuff that we're starting to see, right, with politicians going down to the border. Brandon Johnson recently, last week in a press conference, said that I'm going to go travel down to the border to assess the situation. That's just political posturing. Somebody like Brandon Johnson, and you see Eric Adams took it a step further by actually going on a Latin American tour. But let's now go back to Brandon Johnson. What is he actually going to assess? When you hear mayors and governors that's the situation. What are these mayors and governors going to assess that the federal government, with its infinite capabilities and its infinite resources, haven't already assessed? Right. You see how silly all that is? Yeah. So it's really just a publicity stunt, as Brandy Matthews says in the comment section. That's all it is. It's political publicity stunt, and it doesn't really mean anything. Now, personally, I think in the case of Eric Adams, I think he is really that desperate that he thought that this would help. But as we're going to see now, as we hop into this political article here, is that we're going to see that he never actually stood a chance. This whole thing was for naught. And he never stood a chance with the American tour because regardless, the people were going to show up. This article here is titled, "The Only Option." Migrants say New York City remains best choice amid Adams' discouragement.
But even after all that, they still want to
read
come
all
to New
this
York.
off right here. This article starts off discussing the treacherous route that migrants take, right, to get to the United States, how horrible it is, and how dangerous it is, so on and so forth, And from there, it continues to read, and at no point, meaning the woman who they were talking about who traveled here with her child, because that's what they were talking about at the beginning of this article. But it reads, and at no point, not even as they crossed the border at El Paso, Texas, and took a bus north to New York, did they hear that the Democratic mayor of the nation's largest city had been encouraging migrants not to come. If they had, they wouldn't have cared. And they... So once again, the woman in the beginning 2 paragraphs of this article who traveled over here from Latin America stated at no point did she even hear about anything concerning Eric Adams attempting to discourage them from coming to New York. And nonetheless, it wouldn't have mattered. But now the article continued to read as such. And this is a direct quote from a Gomez. And he states this: "You think the mayor will go there and say, 'Don't come in,' if they won't come?" Sunday, speaking in Spanish, as he sat on the curb with his
was on a tour too here in the United States.
The family's comments were echoed this week.
It's like saying, "Don't touch the stove," and you touch the stove.
Yeah, that's the equivalent.
It's tempting, so tempting.
Not one said that they were lured to the United States by coordinated media campaigns that promised glitz and glamour, as Adams has suggested. Not one thought they'd encounter a quote not one thought the 5-star hotel stays that the mayor said some were led to accept. So they never expected any of that. I think that's very important to point out. They never expected to come stay in a 5-star hotel, right? They never expected any glitz and glamour. They just wanted to get here by necessary while Biden still has the border open, right? And this is before Eric Adams even went down to the border. That's before he even went down. But now what I want to point out to you and what I want you all to see is the arrogance of some of these so-called migrants who now have the audacity to be offended with Eric Adams' trip. They have the audacity to be offended with what he's doing. And I want to get into that right now. Let me pull that article up for you. Give me just a moment. Thought I had it, but I didn't. But as I'm pulling that article up for you, please, there are 526 of you in the live stream right now. But if you have not already, that is the most important thing that you can do for this channel. And also, if you have not already, please make sure you follow me on Telegram. I have about 300 some odd people following me on Telegram currently. I'm looking to have 1,000 followers by the end of this year. That helps negate a lot of the shadow banning that goes on social media and YouTube. Please follow me on Telegram. The link is pinned in the live chat above, as well as in the description box below, and will be pinned in the comment section below after the stream is over. And also, join the text message group. You can join the text message group to not miss one live stream by texting TD Hip Hop to number 33222. Text TD Hip Hop to number 33222, and that way you can join the notification group. And I promise you all, everybody in the live chat and the comment section will tell you, I don't spam you with none. It's only when I go live. Now let's pull up this article right here. And give me just a second while I get this up. And this article here is titled Migrant Mayor Eric Adams calls for them to stay away from New York. We are good people. They heard Eric Adams. They heard him say, stay away from New York. Don't here, we got nothing for you. And they said, nope, we heard you, Eric Adams, and we're coming anyway. Right?
Yeah.
Migrants say they
are everything is happening in New York
City despite strong
help.
recently finished a 4-day tour.
It gets ridiculous.
He thought it was going to work. He really thought he was
more than
oh man, the back is fucking great.
Told the New
York I'm not sorry.
Would not deter them.
Oh man.
Deter them from whatever you want. We're coming anyways.
That's all you really.
Quote from a stated
in front of her fucking eyes.
He, as a mayor, is defending his country. Joanna Del Valle Acosta said, a mother of 3 traveling from Venezuela. Suddenly, other countries see us as a threat, but we are good people who want to work. Now, here is the interesting part.
Tell it on the mountaintop.
Here's where the entitlement comes in. I want you all to really pay attention, right? A moment while the video on this.
I am special. I am somebody. Oh shit.
So now let's get back into this last paragraph. This is very interesting. Like I said, the entitlement it is completely ridiculous. Right. Now check this out. On Friday,
oh man, I wish I was so sick.
Guido revealed that he and his wife and
he didn't even know. You're like, everybody should be laughing out loud. Like, this shit is hilarious. He's so serious. This is all
while the initial trip proved treacherous, he said his family still has plans to reach New York. This gentleman isn't
all
even here yet. Still on the other side of the border in Mexico. But here's what he had to say from on the other side of the border in Mexico after hearing about Eric Adams' Don't Come to New York tour. Hernandez said that he was offended to learn why Adams had decided to visit and claimed his arrival in the region would not change the minds of everyone coming to the border. Mr. Hernandez was offended. He was offended. Now, attempting to cross through what's called
the audacity.
The Darien Gap is not a legal point of entry. The Darien Gap is an illegal point of entry.
It'd be the Negro.
But that's where he's trying to come from. Give you a visual.
The Negrosity.
Of what Mr. Hernandez.
Because they're like now honorary white people are saying that.
To your home.
The honorary
but he couldn't get in,
Caucasians.
right? He was struggling to get in. And he hears your cry saying, hey man, don't come in here. And as you're telling him not to come in here,
he's like,
Mr. Hernandez has the audacity to be offended that you won't just let him break into your house. Come in. Guess what? I'm coming in. In on here right now. Yeah. That's the kind of arrogance that people are approaching this fight crisis.
Let me just break into your house.
They're so arrogant
that
they're telling you from the other side of the border, whether you like it or not, I'm coming. If you have the resources or not, I'm coming. Regardless of who it impacts, we do not care We are coming. There is no fear of deportation, right? When you know you're going to be housed and taken care of, especially when you go to New York and Chicago,
in Denver,
when you know these are sanctuary cities that do not cooperate with the federal government, why wouldn't they be as bold, right? I guess it makes sense. It doesn't really make sense, but I guess I get it to a degree, right? When you know that by and large, the establishment Democrats are on your side, I guess that would give you, you know, a little cojones to be that bold. Now, let me finish off what Mr. Hernandez had to say. Cutthroat Nash's.
Who are you to tell us we can't just go over your shit?
That
only works for us. We go wherever we want. Get passports, they got embassies, American embassies everywhere.
Well, let's get back into what Mr. Hernandez had to say in closing, right?
Hilarious.
Mr. Hernandez went on to say, how can you tell someone not to follow their American dream, he asked.
However, you gotta be asleep to believe it.
That has nothing to do with following the American dream.
Never for trying though.
Your parents or great grandparents coming in as immigrants to New York. What was that called? Where they were at? I forget what the name of that was called. But they're coming on boat from Europe to New York, and they're seeing the Statue of Liberty. That's not the same thing. There was actual coordination between the U.S. and Europe to bring Europeans here, right, during that time period. Those aren't the same things. In 1965, I believe, was when the bill was signed that opened the doors to Asians to be able to come into the country. They were pursuing the American dream because there was coordination between the Asian countries and the United States. Thank you very much, McFact and everybody else. Ellis Island. When the Europeans came here to Ellis Island, right? That's not the same thing as crossing the border illegally.
That's where the poor ones went. The rich ones, they went to Brooklyn. Because at one time, all 5 boroughs were plantations. They don't want to teach that, though.
When you look at the 1965 Migration Act that opened the doors to Asians to be able to come here, there was coordination between the Asian countries and the United States. That's not the same thing as what Mr. Hernandez is doing. And one step further, when we're talking about the descendants of American slavery who came here on the bottom of a slave ship and have been fighting to, attain and hold on to the American dream since they've been here, that is not the same thing as crossing the border illegally. All of those things are different. What he's seeking to do is not the American dream. They're seeking to take advantage of America's kindness and America's resources and the devious, underhanded nature of the Biden administration. And essentially the Democrats as a whole. When you're talking about the Democrats, you're talking about this party that supposedly loves Black folks so much, they care so much about us. But when it comes to these practices that hurt the Black community the most, all of a sudden they can't hear what you're saying, right? Now, let me read this one last paragraph in the article, and then we can head on out of here. So it states this. The State Department has
That's like doing a home invasion.
Allegations to the dairy.
And you get the home invasion, and then you go to court, and then try to submit. Why can't I? Why do they get to do it and I can't? Yeah, I came all this way to bring that out, to terrorize that family. I'm innocent of it all.
Illegal port of entry.
I'm a victim of your
Once again, the arrogance.
That's not the cat.
Say, well, you know what? Guess what? We're coming regardless. So essentially, in a nutshell, Eric Adams' entire trip.
What you gonna do at it?
They were going to come regardless, and not only were they going to come regardless, they're offended by the fact that Eric Adams would even tell them not to come. Right? That's amazing. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. There are 587 of you in the live stream right now. Please hit the like button on your way out if you haven't already. And I want to thank all those from last live stream who showed love via super chat that I wasn't able to get to because I was in a rush. My deep apologies for not being able to get to you all. But I do thank you all from the previous live stream from last week. And shout out to, once again, Jay Bird. Shout out to Jay Bird for being a 19-month channel member. I appreciate you, Jay Bird. Shout out to John Farrow for becoming a channel member today. Shout out to Cutthroat Nash, always showing love. I see Blacklight. He put a little milestone, but I'm gonna disrespect Blacklight and not pull him up. I'm gonna skip right over Rob just because I like to be a douche like that every now and then. Cutthroat Nash said Adams should call ICE on them. These migrants are just showing up out of spite. That's what it sounds like, just showing up out of spite. The migrants don't respect him. So why show them any mercy? That's what Cutthroat Nash had to say. And thank you very much, Val Williams, and all of you who have showed love in today's stream. So once again, hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for your time. And until the next live stream, peace. Have a great evening. I'll catch you guys next time.
All right. What are your thoughts on what TD Hip Hop just displayed from Eric Adams?
None of the same shit I just said.
Yeah.
No, because they don't give a fuck. That's like a challenge. Like, tell me I can't. Don't touch the stove. It's hot. And what I do? It's hot. Don't smoke no weed. Don't smoke weed. Yeah, I like this weed. Next you know, fucking 40 years later. Don't drink. Okay, I like tequila. So you know what I'm saying? Hey, don't do degenerate acts. Just cause hey, I said don't do it. This is what I don't give a fuck. You know why I don't give a fuck? Because their country is going through shit. Because man, check it out. They have a beautiful motherfucking country. Venezuela, all the Latin, the Latin countries, your beautiful country. Just because you got and you're, I'm not gonna say that you cause for yourself, but I'm not gonna say that. But also, let's not act like America isn't fucking part of their fucking. We can't act like America's innocent when all this other shit is happening in other countries, right? America hasn't benefited from it somehow, shape, or form. Like they always capitalize on some shit. So of course these motherfuckers are like, yeah. You think so, huh? Of course I'm coming. Technically, you owe us. Here I am. See what I'm saying?
Our government is telling us to go.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Somehow you contributed to this. Somehow you contributed to our downfall. You benefited from our fucking shit. So,
like they make us the potato famine. Like we're fleeing because we are
right. Like somehow that you didn't tell me like America's not, their hands are not dirty in Venezuela shit. Somehow. Yeah, right.
Up to jail, like especially in El Salvador. Like
I know, right? That's even worse. Yeah.
Go to New York City. Go to the Rotten Apple where there's, as Uncle Phil puts it, mama rats. Goddamn cats and dogs. Hey, y'all come on out here.
Oh shit, they're coming this way. I'm going that way.
And now they keep in Denver like since last December. It's been almost a year of this shit.
Man, I'm telling you.
So they're under siege as well in Chicago.
Check it out. Here in our state, they deflected the migrant crisis with homeless shit to distract from the slow trickle in.
No, every time you step outside, the majority of the people that you see are immigrants, illegal immigrants. They're not from here. They have literally taken over the city, the surrounding cities. We're literally flooded with migrants.
This shit's been happening though.
And they're talking, well, yeah, but not like this. We ain't got an influx like this yet. So now,
I went outside. They said they went outside more often before that shit happened. The sweep on right there by Stout Street.
mm-hmm.
I used to tell you all the Latinos would be kicking it their way for a job.
Yeah, the Latin Quarter.
That shit was getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger every goddamn day, and it just spread. It was just spread for like a couple of blocks. But if you weren't paying attention, you would have noticed it. Because they were just blending in casually. And they were blending in casually and letting part of the plan, letting other shit be the distractor to the real issue. Then the floodgates got let. Hey, the motherfucker let open the floodgates, or he didn't, or whatever happened. But we got flooded. It was just one bus every couple of days this year. You know, real slow. Don't pay attention. Some big shit will happen to distract you from paying attention. And if you were outside, you would have seen it like I did.
Look, Black Light, he been on this shit like every day. Like 200 or 300 migrants coming to Denver every day. And it's like that since at least the spring, if not last winter.
I know. Oh man. Hilarious. It's just hilarious.
Like we come out of the scandemic, plandemic, and now we gotta engage.
But they distracted us from it though before. You didn't see the invasion start. We were just watching the news. You had to go outside to see it. That was funny. We were outside.
It's gonna be real funny when it backfires on these Democrats.
It is. That's why it's hilarious right now. It's backfiring on both parties.
Vote. Good luck with that.
It's backfiring on both parties. The only reason it looks like more Democratic than Republican is because that's the way the media is paying for it to look.
And we're showcasing the Democrats more. So,
Right.
80 to 90% of Black people vote for the Democrats.
But look, you can't only display what you're showing, what you're being shown. So if it's being paid for to show it that way, then we're gonna promote it that way because that's the programming. I was where else would we got it from? That's what you Uncle Phil, man. Uncle Phil's probably got some gems and funniness too. Play Uncle Phil, man.
So Uncle Phil is gonna give us the rundown.
Yeah, that's just gonna be great.
Haven't subscribed to any of his channels, you definitely should.
I like Uncle Phil.
This is the Phil Scott podcast, but definitely subscribe to the African Diaspora news channel. I've been listening to them for shit. At least, about 10 years now. Yeah, decade. So, here we go. And everything he said as well.
Right.
So, in Chicago, they try to put up a migrant shelter in a predominantly Black neighborhood in a predominantly Black park. In the park is where that community of Armiston, it's on the west side of Chicago. That's a community space, and the kids they practice there. The P they practice there for their games, and now they want to put a migrant shelter there. So the residents are saying, "Hell no, no," and now they are suing not Eric Adams. They're suing Brandon Johnson, the one that took over for Lightfoot.
She got out of that. She said, "Come on over." Now look. She set that up for the fucking, like for the strike units. You set that up nicely.
Tell them we're going to take 200 migrants.
Like
closure.
Like Hancock set up sweeps for Johnson.
Park House where you having your senior events, kids are doing programs, sports, all kinds of things are happening for that particular community. We're going to push you out and bring in 200 migrants. Didn't get a vote on it, anything. As you know, people are very upset by that. And in that instance, I told you that you don't live in a democracy. A lot of people in the comments say, no, we don't have a democracy. We have a constitutional republic. But yet the Democrats don't say we live in a constitutional republic. They say that we live in a democracy, and black people need to get out there and souls to the polls and vote Democrat to save democracy.
Yeah.
Down to it, you don't live in a democracy. Right. Because clearly you cannot get nothing done with your voice unless you get hostile. Case in point. So the people were saying, no, I don't want these people here. Right. Now, let's go ahead and roll this clip because I want you to hear exactly what Brandon Johnson has done after the fact. After people was upset about them wanting to place 200 migrants in their field house.
Frustrated neighbors in the city's Galewood neighborhood on the far west side say despite the city's plans to put a migrant shelter on hold at the Amundsen Park Fieldhouse, park supervisors were told to turn their keys in last night. They also said youth athletes were asked to leave mid-practice. Donald Glover, president of the Amundsen Park Advisory Council, says this is the city just doing whatever it wants to do.
Well, we were told it was on hold, and this was all done really bad. The alderman had said that this was all resolved, and it's not.
Now, Alderman Chris Taliaferro responded to their concerns in person last night. He says Mayor Johnson told him this was all just a miscommunication.
He told me that there was a misunderstanding and that he did instruct his entire staff that this process would be put on hold.
Now, there's two things I want to point out with this. One, listen to the language. He said it's going to be put on hold, meaning we're going to pause it, but he did not say we're not doing it at all. That's not an option anymore. These people don't want it. He said put it on hold. So let me tell you what the plan is. Put it on hold because right now there's a lot of pushback, right?
Right.
Y'all out there, y'all see what they're going to do. Some of y'all out there trying to see. So he going to probably try to wait y'all out, maybe about a week, 2 weeks, maybe up to a month, and let you die down. Right? So y'all think everything is all good.
Gotta remain consistent.
And then what they're gonna do is while y'all sleeping in y'all house about 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, when you wake up in the morning, you're gonna see 200 migrants in that field house. Because listen to what he said. It's been put on hold. It's not a definite no. It's not that
we don't want these Negroes to go ahead and light this city up.
You don't want them. You're supposed to live in a
they don't want a fucking show.
People don't want it, then I can't.
Just gonna go ahead and placate.
So it's been hold. What I will say is this:
we don't want the Negroes to get mad.
So don't let off of that.
Right.
You won a small battle, but you did not win the war.
Right. You just put it on pause, but not really.
Not for now, because you stood up. But see, the thing is with black people, and our issue and problem in the modern time is that let's say you stand up.
Yeah.
You stand against them. Yep. You loud, you proud, you angry, aggressive, and you're not violent at all in the process. And they can't take that kind of pressure from you. Nope. But one thing the Democrats know about you is that all they got to do is wait you out because you don't stay with it. A lot of you may stay with it 1 week, 2 weeks, and then you're going right back to business as usual. The Democrats know this about you. They know this.
That's why they placate us.
They will do this to you and then turn right back around to the migrants in there. And then once they get in there, they get there. There's not really much you're going to be able to do once they put them there. So if you're really serious about protecting that field house, then you got to have somebody out there all the time watching, especially in the middle of the night, because more people going to be out there during the day watching.
Because at this point, you gotta mean what you say.
Yeah, you got to be out there having somebody like that. So when you win a battle, this is even a life lesson. You don't get excited about winning battles. You say, okay, great.
Yeah.
You continue until the war is over.
Right.
Until it's done. Until the job is done.
And
You're going to win some, you're going to lose some.
We can turn out.
But the ultimate goal is to get Brandon Johnson to end sanctuary city status for the city of Chicago.
Right.
And start talking to him and say, hey, okay, now it's ended. What we're going to do is get these people moved on somewhere else. One thing I told the Black community is tell Brandon Johnson, hey, we don't have the resources. But you know what? Those suburbs up there with the white people, they got all that money. Send them up there. Because they got the resources. The schools are better. All kinds of things. Send them over there. You can't be putting them here. We don't even have the resources for ourselves. We don't. Now, of course, a lot of people, as you know, they're coming from the state of Texas because Chicago, New York, and Denver and others have been identified as sanctuary cities. So Greg Abbott said he's going to continue to send the buses. He said he's not stopping.
Right, he don't give a fuck.
Those mayors get on board with what he got going on and start pulling back on sending migrants.
Truckloads of them coming across.
It is what it is, because Texas has been dealing with it for a very, very long time. So stay on that. That's all the way to
because it's not over yet.
Eric Adams.
Message of the day,
the Democrat Party has been upset with Mayor Eric Adams because he says that the migrant situation is going to destroy New York as you know it. He has promised that migrants will be coming to a neighborhood near you. He let you know that ahead of time. So what he decided to do was to get on a plane in Colombia. Yes, Eric Adams went all the way down to Colombia because he wanted to find out what is really going on in Colombia, even though the people come from Venezuela, but one of their first stops is Colombia. So he went down there. Now, when I saw this video, I said, this is interesting. So I want you to watch this short clip of Mayor Eric Adams trying to get some information about what's going on in Colombia.
We will kill more migrants. We will increase the violence against migrants. Shame on you, Mayor.
So, ¿cuánto tiempo les toma?
So as you heard, the people were screaming at him. It was a white person, as you heard, in Colombia, screaming at him while he's trying to get information. Now they followed.
He wasn't welcome, huh?
Colombia to go protest him. Not money just to get up and go.
It's not all sunshine and gravy.
Any kind of foreign country on a whim. So-called to go strip up. You're in Colombia. You would think you would be hearing Spanish, right? But no, you're hearing white people speaking English. Now there was you know this. Let's put this picture up. Look at this picture.
Go back to New Jersey. You migrating creep.
You couldn't even get white as you just the mayor. It makes sense.
Oh, cuz, stop. Rewind that back. Cuz.
You are a liberal that's paying these poor people. First and foremost, Eric Adams has not been a migrant-hating creep.
Man, when was the last time you heard somebody called a creep?
So-called was, and why you gotta hate people? Because you don't want your house.
Man, put a picture of it.
Now, his house supposed to be
rewind that back. Rewind that back. Rewind that back. Please, rewind that back. I gotta hear more.
Resources, etc.
I was so sick.
Rewind that back. Have all that people who's not paying anything, who's not giving nothing at all, taking no resources, and you keep doing this, it's going to destroy New York City as we know it. How is that having any kind of hatred? He has literally spent billions of dollars to people who haven't contributed a thing to America. Didn't fight no war, don't pay taxes, don't do anything. So right there, I have to disagree with. At the beginning, he was like, hey, all immigrants are welcome. Well, if he was saying all immigrants are welcome, but after about a year of that, he said, oh, okay, all right, that's enough of this. Adams on that. And I'm not the biggest fan of Mayor Eric Adams, but even like Brandon Johnson, I'm not gonna sit up here and accuse them of things they're not doing and they're not saying. I just want them brothers just to do right. That's it. I want them brothers to do right by the people.
Right.
Especially the people that voted for them, which would be a lot of black people, right? So check this out.
Shit.
I was discussing
Oh my God.
where all this money coming from, because these people are poor people.
Right.
These people don't have money like that. So how are they paying all this money to go from Venezuela, El Salvador, Guatemala? That's a lot of countries they're coming from. They're not really coming from Mexico like that. They're really not.
They're really not.
This money coming from.
Shit.
What on the street is the Vatican. The Vatican and a lot of other NGOs, non-government organizations, are paying money for the migrants to come up here. They're paying. Now, think about it from their point of view. Hey, you want to go to America? Shoot, yeah, I go. Man, I heard I can get something free over there. Yeah. Well, I pay for it. Oh, shoot, man. Can my kids, my wife and my kids too? Yeah. Let's go. It's going to be a long journey, though, but I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. It's all expense paid. All you got to do is turn yourself in at the border of America, tell them you want to seek asylum, tell them violence, and they'll let you in. Now, you have to sleep on the floor a little bit, but eventually you're going to get a job. They're going to give you work permit eventually. Like that's the thing.
You thought you a pimp dream.
It's like, we need to start talking to the migrants. Seriously,
to believe it.
And I got to figure out a way to get that done as well. Because if you talk to the migrants, they're going to tell you. I know they're going to tell you, hey, somebody paid for it. I know good well somebody's paying for it. Because to be honest with you, the migrants themselves, and I said this, they're being used. They're being used all the way around, taking advantage of their situation. Then
I don't feel sorry for him. Don't make me feel sorry for him. Uncle Phil, come on now.
Be upset with
I had a moment where I almost felt sorry for him.
programs.
Don't try to ridiculously like that.
We don't even talk about it like that. We don't say they the problem. No. We keep it on the politicians.
Yeah.
We keep it on the corporations because they're the cause of the problem, not the migrant. Listen, the politician and the corporations love to fuss and argue with the migrant.
Hey man, evidently it's not that poor if you got a motherfucking white guy hollering at you and protesting your fucking Columbia of all places.
Causing the problem. And they're still
your
in
visit.
office and everything.
Unannounced visit into their kitchen.
We say is
and
Democrats.
they put fucking signs and shit in English.
That's what we're going to focus on, at least here, because we were more.
Hey, those are well printed signs. It's not like somebody got a Sharpie.
And Chuck Schumer already told you to play already. He told you. You don't remember.
That's great.
Now more than ever, we're short of workers.
That's the boy right there.
We have a
That's my
population
boy. Look at how high he looks.
producing it on its own with the
He's
same
talking about gas, cuz. Look at how low his glasses are. How the fuck he reading anything?
Dreamers and all of
Look, that cotton mouth.
dreamers, but get a
High, cuz. Look at him.
billion or however many undocumented there are.
On top of that,
Look, that's my boy, man. I swear to God.
now to change the things in New York. So Mayor Eric Adams is
whatever.
New York City's longstanding obligation to provide shelter to anyone who asks for it.
That's what I've been like, man.
To find housing for thousands of migrants arriving from the southern border. On Tuesday night, Mayor Adams asked the judge to allow the city to put aside its legal obligation to provide shelter to single adults, arguing in court that the city should be able to temporarily during an emergency. They say with more than 122,700 asylum seekers having come through our infrastructure since the spring of 2022,
We don't do shit for nothing.
the cost of $12 billion for 3 years. They say it is abundantly clear that the status quo cannot continue. Mayor Adams said in a statement. They say in a letter to Erica Edwards, a New York Supreme Court justice, the city lawyers asked for the 1981 consent decree that requires the city to provide shelter to be temporarily suspended. It said they also asked for the rules to be suspended whenever the governor or mayor declares a state of emergency. There's an influx of people seeking shelter.
Look at him snarling.
So filed a lawsuit that led to the right to
shelter, and the coalition of homeless issued a joint statement saying that the change would gut protection for homeless people. And we know right now temperatures are dropping in the north of our country. And we know homeless people do not need to be on the street, especially as I said before, in New York with them big mama rats.
The majority of the sanctuary cities are.
You better believe if I had to be in New York, my number one priority, one of my number one priority would be get rid of rats. Them things. But
big mama rat.
With them, this will hurt the homeless. But they need to amend that.
I'm scared of the little mice we got here. I saw one of those in real life.
Get rid of it, but we're only going to accept for legal residents of the United States of America.
I'm scared of them little fucking things I carry down the street. Those little bottles that were like
house them.
What's it called? Accelerant?
What's just coming to the city?
The little bottles I had them on the street, remember I had them in my pocket.
A citizen
ethers, like that. Those little bottles.
Obligated to deal with them.
I had my pocket for self-defense.
Don't.
I said there for self-defense.
We got to get out the mud.
Little bottles of
be none of our
clear gasoline or whatever. Is it?
Have an opportunity here.
Molotov cocktails.
For you, where you can go ahead on.
Fucking,
you understand?
Bottle, like a baby bottle of water.
I do agree with that part.
It was like accelerant.
Legal
I had pocket. Remember, I had like fucking 6.
Not having that.
Hey, walk around the street that
that this is
Africa gave me
and damaging attempt.
I was like, hey, let me get a couple of those. They gave me like 6 of them in my pea coat. And I'm walking around the street.
That right was
That's what I
established.
have in my pocket in New York.
But
I just light them up.
Balloon to a level under
You know what I mean? Just blowing up rats.
depression.
Setting them on fire.
And the city letter came and said, Mr. Adams had
what's the name of the actual
a 4-day trip to Latin America to witness a flow of migrants at the Darien Gap and to dissuade people from traveling to New York.
It's like gasoline or it's like a little clear fluid.
Recently called on the federal government to close Mr. Adams distanced himself from those comments on Tuesday, reiterating his position that the border should not be closed, but that migrants should be sent to other cities. Mayor Eric Adams has said that we believe the border should remain open.
It's kerosene.
The news conference said that's the official position of the city, but we have made it clear there should be decompression strategies so that we could properly deal with the volume just coming into our city.
A or something.
Now,
I can't think of it right now. I had like 6 of them.
My mindset would be no, the border should be closed. For right now.
I really should keep my check mark or whatever. I don't know. Give it to me.
You want to go to Canada? You can go to Canada, but you can't come. Take you a plane, go to Canada. I guarantee you, if Canada, they'd be crying. All Canada be crying, right? So the border should be closed. No. To me, it's like in one instance you're saying that
Toronto,
it's going to destroy New York. Another instance you don't want the border closed. Come on, bro. If you don't want the border closed, they're going to keep coming to your city because Greg Abbott going to keep sending them. Adams said that the city's landmark right to shelter protection will never be applied to extraordinary circumstances of cases today. No, you need the right thing to say was the right to shelter protection is really intended for people who aren't citizens, or people who come in the line, or people who are considered economic migrants, illegal immigrants. It wasn't that. I mean, that was the proper thing to say. Why the word salad? Now, he said that the city was not seeking to end the 1981 consent decree, which was issued, let's say, in the Callahan versus Kerry case, but he argued that you could face the same rules as other cities. He said a new letter is part of a months-long legal battle over the city's right to shelter mandate. He said in May, the city asked for changes to the mandate since then the Biden administration now they giving work permits to hundreds of thousands of Israeli migrants. He said the city said it should be relieved obligations when the number of homeless people seeking shelter grew by 50% over a certain time period. Speaker,
turn around and look at him and shit.
Executive of WIN,
and turn around and like,
women and children.
Or, and then that's what I just
protect the families with children.
Let it families. I turn around and then
wait. I said, now, man,
it's like, fuck you, get the fuck off me. And they got nowhere, man.
He could not remain quiet.
I'll be loud enough, you know.
Services to migrants will force him to cut other programs.
Out of fucking nowhere, out the shadows of
on this issue, I believe the White House is wrong. He said Mr. Adams said he plans to speak with the local media. He's on his trip to Mexico, Ecuador, and Colombia to let potential asylum seekers know that they cannot find hospitable conditions if they come to New York. He said, we are not going to be a 5-star hotel, as many people have told us. They say if that can resonate and start that conversation from there, he said, I'm going to try. Now, Ann Williams Isom, the deputy mayor for Health and Human Services, said in a news conference on Wednesday that the city was seeing a significant surge in the number of migrants who are arriving. He said more than 600 every day. He said previously it was 300 to 400 were arriving per day. The number of migrants in the city's care has not skyrocketed, she said, because of new policies requiring migrants in the city shelters to reapply after 30 to 60 days and improve case management to help them apply for temporary protected status or move elsewhere. So about 30,500 people have received 60-day notices and about 2,100 have received 30-day notices. City officials said the city has helped so far migrants submit about 5,000 asylum applications. But you know, also something that's happening in New York as well. On top of the babies they're having, they're saying there's been a rise of tuberculosis that's happening in New York right now too, because you're not vetting nobody. You don't know where these people come from. You don't know. Listen, I'm not trying to. I just got to say it. People coming from these different countries, environments that we're not used to, certain type of medical issues that we don't see, and they could bring that over here, and that's a major issue. I mean, we're talking about just a health standpoint. That's anybody. People have to be vetted, just like during the pandemic. They were vetting people. Hey, let's test you. Why they were testing you? Because they want to make sure you didn't have anything. These people are not being tested at the border. They're not going through a health screening. They're coming in, and when you're not testing the people, you could bring whatever they could possibly have. I'm not saying the majority.
I kind of like seeing
some sort of,
there's a lot of babies outside. You know, there was a long time we didn't see a lot of babies. I like seeing the babies.
From
just
their countries where they don't have access to certain health screening.
You might look at a baby kind of, look at a baby. Look at one of our babies and be like,
don't have anything. You just feel like
you're just like, hey, this baby.
You got some sort of pain in your body.
Look at him,
sometimes you go to the doctor. But if it's not that, you don't know what people bring over you. Then, as we're hearing, even in New York,
there's a lot of them.
they were doing in Chicago. They're getting involved with criminality. Some of them are starting fights with American citizens. Some of them are getting on the track and getting involved with some, selling themselves because that's normal for some of them, I guess, where they're coming from, because some of them countries it's legal to do that. Now, in this country, it's really not legal to engage in prostitution. It's not. It's illegal. But some of them are doing that. And that's the criminality aspect. We got enough people in this country that commit crime.
Right.
Reporting people committing it, right? I'm like, if you're going to import somebody, import the best who you can get. Even if it's workers, import the best ones, right? People who got a clean record. They're not running the criminal records of these people. They're not checking if you don't know who they are. You don't know if they're emptying their jails and say, hey, you can't stay in this country. You stay in this country, you're going to be in prison, or I'll let you out. You got to go to America. You don't know if they're doing that and get rid of their criminal class. You just don't know. And that's the problem. They let so many different people in this country every day. So many. And that doing that is going to blow up in their face one day. And you know what? As a Black American, the only thing I'm going to say is, well, that's y'all problem. It's not my problem. It's not my problem.
And we did tell you.
I told y'all, hey, stop letting all these people in here. You bring these people from all over the world, just dumping them in here. You don't know who they are, their religion, where they come from, anything.
Miss Family, don't you love telling them motherfucker?
If you look at Times Square, they got that Israeli and Palestine thing going on right now. They almost came to fighting right there in Times Square.
Yeah.
When you're importing all these different people into the country, you're importing their beefs, their issues, whatever the case may be. You're importing it in here.
Yeah.
That's why when the folks get caught up in something, because they will, don't look at Black America. Don't be saying, oh, y'all was right. Because every time something happened, they'll look at us like, y'all was right. Or could you say something about it? Or could you get involved? That's why I don't get involved with nothing.
Right, exactly. And the answer is no, cuz. No. We told you no. No. What is Brittany's motherfucking paperwork? No.
Anything related to
What
us.
to say better than anything? No.
Okay, my problem is related to us.
I'm busy.
It has nothing to do with us. Not my problem.
Tell everybody to say what Brandon was saying. I'm on strike, cuz.
Yes, Black
Hold
folks.
your own nuts.
Problem.
I'm on vacation.
We have to be centered on what's
I told you
going on. I get so tired of
what do I say better than anything?
Black people. What you think about this? Think about it, and we don't.
No.
Criticize, cut out. I'm gonna deal with that Amari Stoudemire thing. I'm gonna deal with him.
No.
Because all the other people's things. Our own things.
No. Fuck you, no. Hold your motherfucking no. I take come over here.
We're trying to unify and do everything we can. You know what I'm saying? We got Black American business to worry about. Then, Black American business, talk about, the brothers and sisters.
Here,
we
work
go ahead. Ones that want to work with us, right? Make sure we can make the whole Black world whole. That is my whole thing. I'm not focusing on these other groups unless they what we got going on. Because they came to Chicago and they would them in the Black community. Talk about it. Not once again, not my problem.
No, you're not.
They weren't putting them in encroaching on the Black community there. I wouldn't be saying nothing.
Right.
Not my issue. Not my problem. And don't feel bad saying that.
Right.
Because we take our energy on our community.
Right.
Because we have done that for too long. We focus on all these other groups, and then what ended up happening? These other groups get up, and then they be giving us proverbial, finger.
Yeah.
Right.
We learn from that. We say,
the
no,
case
we don't go focus on our community. We're going to gate our culture.
Yep.
We're going to definitely start gatekeeping
I
our
don't have
culture.
feelings anymore about what you're talking about.
To honor our ethnic group.
No.
And like I said, Black America is the last one to the delineation party. Because everybody else delineates. Even in the white world, they delineate. The Asian world, they delineate. The Arab world, they delineate. Everybody delineates. We was the only last one to the party that's not delineating. Yeah. But now we get it. We understand. There's nothing wrong with delineating. Doesn't mean you disrespect anybody.
No.
Even in the diaspora.
It's about us. Yeah.
I don't like a person from Trinidad. That's still a brother or sister if they want to be, right? Yeah, if they want to be. Are we going to honor Trinidadians, right? But we also going to honor Black Americans and everything that come with our culture. There's nothing wrong with that. Because what people try to do is try to say when Black Americans delineate and Black Americans want to honor our ethnic group and gatekeep our culture, oh, we have a hatred for people. No, that hate mess not gonna work because that's a trick they try to use to get you to be this lapdog. No. Like I said, that's just how I get down. I've learned that we don't have to
be like, well, y'all, if you so much hate, how come you don't have nothing?
Why I have a concern about
they're fucking kind people.
When you go into the Black community,
we don't really like to get really angry, but when we fucking get angry,
with that,
we got enough.
Our platforms and centering everything we do.
Shit happens when we get angry.
Best thing
is kind and fucking sure.
There's so much freedom to learn about family business.
Yeah, that's
not trying to involve the things that you know nothing about.
Fucking shit
you all the other people mess. You may say the wrong thing to them.
Comes to realization, like there's shit in their face.
So you think you saying one thing to help them, they all pissed off with you to prevent all that. I don't know nothing.
We should be, you should just be fucking.
It is what it is.
But you know what I'm saying? You rather lift them up and you
say
what?
Other groups.
That everything you have came from our brain. No.
We don't say nothing bad. We don't say nothing good either.
So you're wrong.
And say, hey, we're praying for you. That's where you go, because you can't go wrong with telling somebody we'll pray for you. And
I'm sorry. Hold your own fucking nuts.
But right now, we got Black American business to do.
You
got
some
business to do. We just ain't got that kind of time. Simple. And always keep that mindset, because I'm telling you, that's the best decision that any of us can do at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, Phil, thank you.
Thanks. Go on vacation, family. I'm telling you, even if you stay in your house, just don't do shit. You know, there's nothing tangible in it. Just go on vacation. You know, even if you're at home, or actually physically just go do some shit. You know what I mean? They're not really. They're upset. Yeah, they're upset, but look what they're doing. They're not doing enough to win us back. They don't give a fuck yet. It isn't really hurting them. It's not setting it in. They're not doing enough ass kissing for my fucking. They're not trying to win me over yet. They're trying to satisfy my fucking tangible requests. Like, you know, think about it like that. They're not listening yet. So just keep doing what you're doing. Keep applying that pressure. You know, just a little harder, a little harder.
What I was saying earlier, ladies.
Yeah, this shit's funny as hell.
So, this is what the Democrats were up to. Now, what are the Republicans up to? We got Trump and DeSantis pledge Obama-style mass deportations.
Trump was on that shit, though. Either way, regardless, this fucking system is doing exactly what we wanted it to do. Finally. Finally.
Yeah,
It's little, it's slow. But it happens slowly.
Immigration issue or the illegal immigration.
It's like busting a good one. It's build up slow.
Right now. Currently, Ron DeSantis
And once it
is
gets to the little peak, move back a little bit. Give it yet. Don't give it yet.
The hardest stance on illegal immigration. Both are proposing
and they ran that pinnacle motherfucking money.
Strategies if they're elected. But the question is, are those mass deportation strategies realistic? Currently, today, the king of mass deportation, with him deporting up to 432,000 immigrants. I believe it was back in 2013. So with that, Obama, a Democrat, set the bar on how many illegal immigrants you can deport in a year. And by the sounds of Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, they're looking to outdo the king of deporting illegal immigrants, Barack Obama. Once again, I have to repeat that again. Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, Republicans, are looking to outdo the king of deportation, Barack Obama, a Democrat. As a presidential candidate, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida has said he would authorize the use of deadly force against people crossing the border, seek to end the practice of birthright citizenship, and send the military to strike against drug cartels inside Mexico, a key ally of the United States, even without the permission of its government. I'll tell you right now, Ron DeSantis is a liar. He's not going to do any of that. But let's he often tries to stoke outrage with his border policies, has unveiled another extreme position, deporting all undocumented migrants who crossed the border during the Biden administration. Everyone that has come illegally under Biden should be sent back, Mr. DeSantis said on Friday in response to a reporter's question at a campaign event in Long Beach, California. That's probably 6 or 7 million people right there. It's going to require a lot of effort. It's going to require us to lean in. Though Mr. DeSantis greatly overestimated the number of people who have entered the country illegally since Mr. Biden took office, such mass deportations would require enormous investment in the nation's immigration enforcement system. Conducting so many deportations would require Mr. DeSantis to hire more immigration and customs enforcement officers, authorize widespread raids into immigrant communities, significantly expand immigration detention space to meet the national standard, and subsequently grow the fleet of airplanes used for deportations. Billions more dollars would need to be spent on bolstering immigration courts to adjudicate cases within months instead of years. Now, that's a whole lot of work. But if you ask me, from what I just read, that also sounds like a whole lot of job creation. Still, Mr. DeSantis is not alone in his promise to upend the nation's immigration system. On Friday, former President Donald J. Trump, who is leading Florida governor by roughly 40 points in the national polls, pledged to enact the largest deportation operation in the history of our country if reelected. Mr. DeSantis took the opportunity to criticize Mr. Trump, saying that his rival had failed to get the job done on the border during his first term. With his 6 or 7 million figure, Mr. DeSantis was probably referring to the roughly 6 million people who have been caught crossing the border since 2021. Of those 6 million, at least 1.6 million have been allowed to stay in the country temporarily and face charges in immigration courts. Officials estimated about 1.5 million others have entered the country illegally without being detained. So that approximately makes about, 3.1 million illegal immigrants in the United States who are on the chopping block to be deported. The government estimates about 11 million undocumented people live in the country overall. Ladies and gentlemen, that number is a lie. They have been saying that undocumented people live in the country for the last decade now. What you all have to do, and I will leave the link to this study in the description box below, but go and read this study from Yale University, which breaks down the fact that we do not have 11 million so-called undocumented migrants in the country. We in fact have 22 million. That is the amount. I strongly suggest you all read this study for yourself. And once again, I will leave the link to this study in the description box below and also pin in the comment section below. But now let's get back into the New York Times article. The time it would take to remove millions of people is substantial. In the past, the greatest number of deportations has been around 400,000 a year. The year with the highest number in recent history is 2013, during the Obama administration, when there were more than 432,000. Once again, Barack Obama is the undisputed champion of deportations. During
I'm laughing, only laughing because that's what he said. The way he said it was funny as hell.
9,000. Now let's get into some of those who oppose DeSantis has to say concerning mass deportation. DeSantis' statement demonstrates his utter lack of any understanding of immigration enforcement operations, Mr. Chen said. At a particular level, deporting that many people would be impossible in even a single term. Mr. Chen also pointed out the serious economic cost of deporting many of the workers who take on the United States' most dangerous and low-paying jobs, particularly in agriculture. Mass deportations are really, really, really hard to do, said Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, the policy director at the American Immigration Council, a pro-immigrant organization. The political backlash would be enormous. And I have to agree with him because the general consensus in America right now is that we need to close the border, as well as ending the policy of sanctuary status across cities throughout America. Now let's read these last two paragraphs in closing. Ron Vitillo, a former acting director of ICE during the Trump administration, acknowledged that there were logistical, practical, and legal challenges to deporting so many people. But he said that immigrants would continue to cross the border illegally if they believed that they would be able to stay long term. If the rest of the world believes they'll never be deported, that is an incentive for lots of people, Mr. Vitillo said. You have to end the incentive to change the traffic patterns at the border. And I 100% agree with Ron. Though it may be difficult and costly to put in place a mass deportation effort, if people continue to believe that they can just cross the border and live a great life in New York or Chicago once they get here because these are sanctuary cities, and as long as you reside in one of those places, you'll never be deported, well, then you'll never see an end to all the caravans and the people crossing the border. But give a Barack Obama style, once again, I repeat, but give a Barack Obama style mass deportation effort about 2 years. You will see traffic at the border slow down immensely. Almost no one will be wanting to cross the border if they actually believe that they will be deported. The problem right now is that with the Biden administration, they understand that they won't be. And as of now, that understanding holds true. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So please make sure you hit the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified whenever I release a video. All social media links will be pinned in the comment section below. I also have a Telegram group now, so if you have Telegram, make sure to hit the link in the description box below, as well as in the comment section, to join my Telegram group. And also, please make sure you text TD Hip Hop to number 33222. That's TD Hip Hop to number 33222. That way you'll get a text notification whenever I release a new video, but it also serves as an insurance plan for myself. So in case YouTube ever gives me the axe, I'll be able to send you a direct link to where you can find me next. And last but certainly not least, for those of you who have a love and appreciation for the work that I put in on this channel, the number one way you can show your support is through Patreon. For only $3 a month, that will help put me in position to take TD Hip Hop Media off of YouTube. Remember, the goal is not to grow big on YouTube, but to grow independent of YouTube. And for those of you who have issues with joining Patreon, you can also hit the join button that's next to the subscribe button. And that way you can become an official channel member for as little as $3 a month as well. And lastly, if you haven't already, please make sure you join the emailing list. There is no way that I can go independent of YouTube if I cannot take the audience with me. And the link to that will be pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you for your time. And until the next video, peace.
All right. So, what's your thoughts on the panties and the dump as in human shit? And we might make that perfectly clear in regards to the immigrants or the migrants being deported in mass.
It's gonna have to happen that way, but either way, it doesn't matter. By the time they actually start doing it, shit's gonna be so bad. They're gonna have other problems, and they're just gonna put it on backseat. So basically, this is right. Nothing's really gonna happen with it. So yeah, I'm in agreement. It's gonna be too late by the time they put it all together and stop piddling. And keep in mind, it's like a whole year before you elect one of these fools. So in a whole year, shit could potentially get a million times worse.
Right.
That's why it's funny. He was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna whatever. Keep speaking those sweet nothings." Nothing burger. Because at the end of the day,
what he was saying, because remember he was like, "Yeah, we'll take them on. Come on, bring them to New York."
No, we have humanity. Sure you do. Sure you do. Right. Oh, now it's too much. Or like, hey, shit, I'm not really mad. Like, look. They're not gonna be able to do anything. First of all, either one of them got to get elected. First of all, that's off top. So it's gonna be a long time, like a lot of months, for that shit happens. And then they gotta get
a whole another year.
Yeah, they gotta fucking rewrite, like get an executive order and all this extra shit. They gotta do a whole bunch of stuff. Keep in mind, they're pandering to us right now, and a lot of that is like some little talk about motherfucking the migrant crises, but then they deflect to something else. You know what I mean? So they're gonna try, not try. You know what I mean? They try to do it, not try to do it. It's all sweet nothings in your ear as they fondle you to get to slide in. You know what I mean? Work is for the slide in. So it's just okay. Whatever you say. It's this sweet nothing. And after that, it's like, damn, I did all that and I got nothing in return. They had their way with me and I got nothing in return. Yep, that's what happens. So it happens when you were just some thirsty ass. Just like that. Oh yeah, you're gonna okay, yeah. Yeah, nothing in return. So yeah, you got a whole motherfucking year. So in that year, shit can take a major motherfucking like left hand turn to fucking oh my god, fucking at least 3 times before one of them's elected. The fucking whole country could get shut down. Fucking it could go dark 30. We're getting invaded by actual aliens. They want to tell the truth then. You know what I mean? All this shit in the sky is just actually happening.
They said nobody's an alien.
Right. Sure. Qatar can actually open up. Lots of shit can actually happen. at least 2 or 3 times before one of them fucks might be selected. Might be. Maybe. You know? And one of them might be in prison. We don't know. We just don't know. I wouldn't be too excited. I mean, look, fucking DeSantis is still arresting black people for voting, or for trying to vote, registered or whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah, I wouldn't take it too seriously. What's the next one?
The next one is brother in Illinois, Rico Clark, who's already served 15 years of a 55-year sentence for a crime he did not commit. So he's seeking clemency from the current mayor, J.B. Pritzker or some shit. So this is from Lisa Cabrera. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. If you haven't liked and subscribed to her, you definitely should as well.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Thank you all for your patience. I know the wait grift is crazy. Gotta make y'all wait for a little bit. Can't start just right on time. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop a 1 in the live chat, and then we can get today's show. And there's a waiting for who wants to come in. If you haven't already, please hit that. Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Thank you all for your patience. I know the wait grift is crazy.
The 3 officers under investigation for shooting and killing a 14-year-old after an armed robbery are now back to full duty. Aurora police conducted an internal affairs investigation into
The queue was open up. I want to play the video I'm trying to play. It just keeps going back to the air down.
Stay away from New York. And the title of today's stream is Eric Adams warns migrants to stay away from New York City. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Are people taking heed to his warning?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got another wrongful conviction. It's like they come like an avalanche, but it just goes to show you how effed up these folks' system is, and they want us to see and trust in their system. Got a lot of nerve. So Clark, wrongfully convicted of murder, is up for clemency. So they're saying there is plenty of evidence that shows he absolutely did not murder anyone. So this is a case that happened in Illinois. And now there is a review panel going over his case. There was a shady cop that have a track record of, lying on people that get arrested. But you notice how they let these cops go on and stay on the force, and sometimes they're on the force for a few decades. And I just want y'all to take notice how they don't even show this cop, even in the video. They talk about him, but they don't show him at all. So there is a group that will decide whether or not it is recommended for him to get clemency from the current governor, Pritzker. So this is CBS 2, and he has a lot of supporters that are saying he never shot and killed anyone. So this is a case that goes back to 2006. 19-year-old Damian Kendricks was shot and killed in an alley. Witnesses said they saw 4 men with hoodies running from the scene. But Clark was the only one convicted and sentenced to 55 years in prison.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you the video, and then I will be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Illinois Prisoner Review Board is currently reviewing a clemency petition for a Chicago man serving a 55-year sentence for a murder he says he didn't commit. Rico Clark's supporters gathered outside his hearing this morning in the Loop. CBS 2 investigator Megan Hickey joins us live from the newsroom now with more on this case and why many feel he deserves clemency. Megan?
Right, Joe, many potential issues have been raised with Rico Clark's case, beginning with the detention, legal representation, and a potential conflict of interest in the state's attorney's office. But today, prosecutors objected to an early release.
Chicago is the wrongfully convicted capital of the United States. And so we need to stop doing that.
Rico Clark is currently 16 years into a 55-year prison sentence for the 2006 murder of a 19-year-old named Damian Kendricks in Grand Crossing. There was no physical evidence, and 2 of the 3 witnesses who named Clark as the shooter recanted at trial, testifying that Chicago police detectives forced them to make false statements.
So this is the chain of corruption within the justice system that we know all so well.
Clark's supporters, including his aunt,
bring my family home,
point to a CPD detective on his case named Sergeant Brian Forberg, who, according to civil lawsuits and pending appeals, is accused of evidence tampering and witness coercion in other cases. Clark is one of at least 15 men currently in prison who've made similar allegations against the officer. Their supporters point to a potential conflict of interest, noting that Forberg was married to a former assistant state's attorney in the Conviction Integrity Unit. Also of note, Clark's defense attorney was later disbarred for misconduct.
This brother who they're saying did the crime is not the one who did the crime.
Today, the Illinois Prisoner Review Board heard from supporters, the victim's family, and the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, which objected to an early release, in part because prosecutors said his other judicial remedies have not been exhausted. The victim's family also pushed back on an early release.
So they want some semblance of justice, but we're saying Rico Clark is not the one who did it. You know what I mean? We're saying all the evidence points to that.
Now the panel will review the petition and make a confidential recommendation to Governor Pritzker, who ultimately will have the final say. We reached out to CBD for comment on the allegations made against Sergeant Forberg, but so far have received no response. The Cook County State's Attorney's Office tells me they are continuing to review claims of wrongful conviction on a case-by-case basis.
All right, so you saw the video, and and this is a damn shame. And I get sick and tired of seeing these stories. They happen so frequently. Right. It's not even funny. So he now has, his family, of course, along with other supporters that are saying he's innocent. Now, as you heard, there were 2 witnesses that first named him because they said they were under pressure by a police detective that forced them to give a statement. But They later recanted the statements. Okay. And one of those officers that was involved in pressuring them to give a name is Brian Forberg. And you notice they never showed him. You can tell he's a dirty police sergeant in Chicago. And they said he was one of the highest paid active officers in the Chicago Police Department. But you know what, y'all? I'm not surprised about that. The more shady and rotten and evil the cop is, the higher they can move up in the ranks. That's how it is in this society. This is why law enforcement will never be respected in this country. Okay? You're never going to get the respect that you think you should get. I don't think you should get any. When I see the amount of folks that are being locked up and no crime was committed, the system alone is criminal. And it should not even be viewed as legitimate. The only thing this system needs to do is be dismantled. It needs to go. So advocates for Clark, as you heard in the video, they're saying there is zero physical evidence that even link him to this case. There is no physical evidence of him being at that crime scene. But we've seen this in other cases as well. They don't care if there's no physical hair there, there's no fingerprints there. They don't care. They'll still lock you up and give you this crazy sentence and just walk away. So they said, in fact, there is evidence of the contrary. There were two witnesses who recanted. So this is the classic frame-up case the Chicago Police Department has perpetuated against a number of people. You heard Frank Chapman, the executive director of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. And that is true. If anything, this Sergeant Forberg, he should be behind bars. And any detectives or anybody that took part in jailing this man and no crime was committed by him, they should go to jail. But they got the system so rigged up. Even if these cops, prosecutors, judges participate in putting innocent people in jail, nothing ever happens to them. They don't so much as get a fine. Nothing. Well, I sure hope Rico Clark gets out of jail and he is finally free from this crime that he never took part in.
We hope the same.
It's disgrace. You should be embarrassed for running a system like this. But you know what? Y'all are not embarrassed. As long as you are getting your preferential treatment, you don't care about anybody else. So y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video. And one more thing, he's already spent 15 years out of a 55-year prison sentence. And he should not have had to even do the 15 years. Peace, family.
There's so many you don't even know about. Yeah, that's horrible. They'll never get back.
Nope. And it's not like they'll, repair that damage they did, by giving them reparations either. Like, pay him for the time that he lost. I mean, that's a whole fucking, he basically lost 15 years of motherfucking life he can't get back. And he's already grown now. So his best years he spent in prison.
Yep. He spent his prime in prison behind walls. Hmm. They don't care. They don't care. It's just business as usual. Y'all want to keep funding now and allowing your taxpaying dollars to go towards support now. So you're complicit as well. But this justice that continues is not just about any of this. So our next topic is yes, shout out to the family. Hopefully this brother definitely gets clemency. And so many others as well. The next topic is our friend Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes Van Ellis passed away, Black woman. He was one of the 3 remaining alive survivors of the greatest race riot in American history of Tulsa, Oklahoma, of Black Wall Street in 1921. He was 5 months old when it occurred. He has now went on to the ancestral realm. So big RIP to him. Me and Lady Che both had the opportunity to meet him. We both had the opportunity to meet him last year, as a matter of fact, at the community potluck in his building, which he lives with. Our good friend R3 lives in the same building, the Kappa 2 Towers. Anybody's from Denver, especially East Denver, knows about the Kappa 1 Towers, so it's the Kappa Towers, period, on the east side. So, yeah, we're going to miss him, definitely. And this people, the descendants of which still have not been compensated for that massacre after all these years. And just earlier this year, the judge denied their claim. Of course, it was a white judge.
Yeah, that shit is fucking horrible. That's like the audacity of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's definitely a travesty. So, the New York Times did an awesome piece on Mr. Ellis, and I hope I can read it. Lady Che, I hope I have to send you the link. They're charging me to read this article. I don't think they'll
One more time. I can't hear what you just said. What'd you say?
I'm gonna have to send you this video because this article because they won't let me pull it up.
Why not?
Because it's paid. It's New York Times. They're charging me to read it.
Are they gonna charge me to watch it? Cause read it.
I don't think so. You get like so many views, and then they're like, you gotta pay now. Can't watch it. That's capitalism. Oh, trying to get some money out. Well, newspapers and books, unfortunately, Black family are going the way of the dinosaurs. So, if it gets like Book of Eli, what is everybody gonna do?
I hope you got your books saved up and hidden away somewhere.
Oh, guess what, Lady Che? I found my zombie guide book. Remember, I kept telling you I had a zombie guide book? Yeah.
Is the survival guide?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got one too over here. Well, not over here, but you gotta be able to survive any apocalyptic time. I already told you, I'm out there marauding. Putting it out there now. You can catch me out there marauding. Don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. Yeah, it's just I've been out there taking care of myself, and the way I think about it, and living, I've been outside all alone in the world. You can't ask me for shit. So you didn't do shit for me. You can't ask me for shit. So I don't know you when it's apocalyptic time. You know what I mean? That means there's only been like a handful of people that may get the help of Brandy. If Brandy is alive at that time during marauding time. Be lucky if I get through the week. Yeah. You catch me out there marauding in the middle of the night. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a little pissed.
So, later, should I send you this article?
Why can't you read it yourself?
Because I won't
Yeah.
read it.
I don't care, cuz send me through the private chat. I'm really sick. You can't breathe. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you access it through private chat?
I'm right here in the fucking StreamYard, cuz. I'm in the back in the StreamYard. And I'm moving all around, not you. I'm focused. I'm in the back on the StreamYard. I can't see anything else. Man.
All right, so
Stop. I already know. Get ready to share. See, family, see how Jesse just doesn't give a damn? Telling you. All right, let's see. On right now. Is that the only one up? Let me see. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let me see. Oh, wait. Am I sharing? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Don't share it yet. My fault. I tried to do it from the. I apologize. 1 second. Address. I wasn't focused. Like very fucking sick. Like my brain feels like it's leaking into my face. I got like an aneurysm or some shit. This was horrible. Like laying on the edge of my chair. It's your boy here, right? Still wants me to read. Okay, hold on. Somebody grab your boy, man. It's gonna be a long discussion with Jesse about making Brandy read when Brandy can barely breathe. I'll say, yeah, whatever. Let's see.
Read it or not?
Hold on. Can you see it? See what I'm going through over here?
It's charging you too. It's not gonna work.
Huh?
It's not gonna let you do it.
No, I told you it wasn't gonna let me do it. All right, well, what else you got on that? All right, like, what else do you have on it?
There wasn't much coverage on it.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Yeah, go ahead, carry on with the show.
The article was perfect. Like that would have been perfect.
I'm sure. What was it called? Hold on a second. Let's see.
Oh, they did 5 days. Oh, 9 days. Oh, they did some coverage. I think this one probably doing enough justice.
I got some stuff. I got a couple things. I'll say.
This is out of Tulsa.
I got a couple things. I'm getting ready to share. Hold on a second, okay? Okay, look. All right, get ready to share. Hold on. I think I'm ready. I'm always ready.
We got some videos pulled up too.
Just hold on a second. I'm ready right now. Okay, go ahead and share. Is it sharing?
No. For our viewers,
Are you sharing?
Late with us.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, I see it now. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, I'm gonna make this screen bigger.
Yeah, make a full screen.
Just hold on. Bam, I'm gonna read both.
We know that Black history is American history, too often limited to tales of blood and struggle, and less portrayed in stories of joy. Colorado is particularly rich in this history, as evidenced by the many figures living in our state who embody the challenges and triumphs unique to Black people. High school student Joshua Ray had the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sit down with one of the last known survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, Hughes Van Ellis. Not surprisingly, Joshua sought words of advice for young people like himself.
My name is Joshua Ray, and it is a pleasure meeting you and talking about all the things that you accomplished. Like I said, thank you, Mr. Hughes Van Ellis, also affectionately known as Uncle Red, for this opportunity. It is an honor to have this opportunity to interview you and learn more about your legacy. I understand that you have a nickname, Uncle Red, and I wanted to know why this nickname was given to you.
They tell me when I was a small kid, they said I had red hair, so my dad named it Red. Most of my brothers didn't even know my name. They always called me Red.
What are some things that you're passionate about?
I'm passionate about a good life. I like a good family, go out and sit down and talk. And I like to be around a family with sit down and discuss different ideas about life. I like to be around people, all people. I like all people. I don't hate nobody.
Mr. Ellis, can you please share a little bit about your birthplace and upbringing?
I was born in Jor'dell, Oklahoma, 1921, January 11, 1921. And after that, we moved to Tulsa, Oklahoma. We moved to Tulsa, I was only 5 months old. That's when the drought broke out. So we were sharecroppers that time. We had came from Jor'dell. And on the way we got out of town on a horse and a wagon, but we didn't have an automobile like a lot of other people did. We were sharecroppers. We'd go from town to town and city to city and work on farms, like planting cotton, picking cotton, stuff like that. Hey. So that's what my dad did. After that route, we moved to a place called Clemency, Oklahoma. And I grew up all over the state of Oklahoma. Sometimes we moved to Kansas, sometimes we moved back to Oklahoma, just different places.
There was a dark and tragic day in history of Tulsa known as the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Can you tell us how old you were and what you remember about the horrific day?
I was only 5 or 6 months old. My sister Viola was about 6 years old. Later in the years,
I knew there was
tell me a little about it.
Yeah, Viola's still alive. She's like 109.
Yeah,
she's 100.
Shooting and
West
going on as far as stuff, and they told us try to get out of town. They said it was burning and shooting and killing, dragging people in the streets. They said they'd go in the house, set the curtains afire. Back in then, wasn't no water. We didn't have any running water, so you had to get out of that house. See, we just barely got out of there. It was late at night, and we got out of there just when our sleeping clothes. We didn't have time to put our clothes on. We just lucky to get out, you know. late at night.
What was it like growing up in Tulsa during its time of prosperity?
Well, growing up in Tulsa, me being a few years after that, I used to go to Tulsa City with my sister Viola in the 30s. And that was, and when I went back then, the Black Wall Street was doing pretty good, not as well as it was when it first started. So they had their own funeral home, they had their own hospitals, they had their own nurses, they had their own cab service. Back then, they had their own table shops. The women had their hat shops. You could walk in and have a hat made, or walk in there later than that, they you up for a dress. It wasn't as done as well as they tell me before the massacre, but they did build some back.
What does the term Black Wall Street mean to you?
It means a whole lot to me. Just like you come and build something, then you get it destroyed. And it takes opportunity away from the people, like probably that wouldn't happen now. I had about a better opportunity in life, Right now, I don't think a lot of people don't trust. You build something, you might think it's gonna get destroyed, So quite a few Black people have a little business, but not like it was Black Wall Street.
Can you explain the recent and significant court decisions regarding a lawsuit you and others have filed related to the Tulsa Race Massacre?
Well, last time we were in court, they want the case to continue, but the judge decided to throw it out, but it's been...
But left it open for appeal, right?
It's been 30 years now. And she decided to continue the case. The attorneys had enough evidence there to make them believe it. Justice be done.
What should justice look like from the descendants of the massacre?
It's good. The descendants of they'll benefit from that. And young people will benefit from it. They'll know what history is. I think it would be a better world if everybody knew about history. A lot of them don't know about no history. A lot of them have never heard of it about the Wall Street Massacre. They never heard about it. And I think it'd be education to young people mostly.
What is your message to the United States concerning the Tulsa Race Massacre?
My message to the United States, we want justice. We want something did about it. We want something did about it right now. Let us have justice for everybody, not only just Black people, but people. And I would think that would help our country. When something is done wrong, correct it. That's what I think.
What would you have to say to people that still are thinking that we should be separated in colors and cultures and things like that?
I think that's wrong. We all one America. We're supposed to be one America. That's what I think. I think it would be a better life. Just let me be in America like everybody else. That's the problem. We all one people. We all
one America.
We built the United States for freedom of speech. We all human beings. That's what I think.
What would you like to say to people that are still affected by these events?
Where they at?
I would like to say this: you have to keep living. You're not going to forget it, but you have to keep living. And hope.
Oh, it's a museum. I forgot.
Hope
It's a
so.
museum, right?
I think things going to get better.
Hope and change.
I hope I hope this year clears it up.
I like the
What
little
is your
statue for
message
that.
to younger generations concerning the Tulsa
They're in
Race
a museum,
Massacre?
right?
Our message to them, I would like them
You like
to
that
know about history. That would ever take away from they don't know anything about history.
Y'all remember Ed the White?
Yes, yeah, I hope.
That's where they're at.
Yeah, in schools and books.
Yeah.
And they're low.
You see all the sculptures on the table?
More about history.
Behind them?
We was not say anything.
That's his garage. That's where they at.
Also, they're in somebody's garage.
Don't talk about it.
Like a little private
We weren't
collection.
allowed to talk about it.
Yeah.
Classy.
See, a couple of years ago, my sister, she was mentioned to her grandson, my nephew, Ike, and she mentioned about the route. And that's where this got started. It started working. And picking up history and all what had happened, when it happened, what happened, back in the day. So my thing is, I'd like for young people to know. A lot of young people don't know about it.
Right.
A lot of old people don't know about it. They never heard about it. So that's what I'm concerned about. Let people know about what happened back in there.
How does it make you feel that a lot of schools aren't talking about a lot of African American history?
When I was coming, like I said, old people say, don't talk about it. Let the young people know. See, young people got the people leading the world, so let them know what's happening. And I'm glad that I understand there's some books out on it. I've had a lot of interviews, so it's kind of getting around. Some of them pretend they don't know, but they know.
They know.
They don't want to talk about it.
Right, because he's not supposed to.
It's just out there.
They're like, it feels like it's almost a shame. Like, motherfuckers telling us,
So that's a
you
good
want to
thing.
win, you can't come out with
So
all
I
that.
call this year a good year.
Y'all be talking
What
about.
would you say to a young person like me who's about to set foot on their own path?
Be strong, believe in yourself.
Can't get you for Black people.
I mean, come on.
If you haven't got an education, get you go to school. Get an
You
education.
can't just, you got to tone that
Good
black shit
education.
down.
That's going to help you through life.
You got to tone your black shit down. What? Yeah, you can't talk like that.
That's my suggestion.
You can't talk to black people like that. What?
To learn more about Mr. Ellis's story, which is still unfolding today, please visit justiceforgreenwood.org. To continue the growth and development of educational and community resources centering Black folk, we invite you to both support.
What's the difference? It's a lie. You know what I mean?
Oh, snap.
Hold on, there's more. Hold on, not more, but more to this.
Oh, peace. Peace and blessings, Oba. God bless. Below.
One more again. Hold on a second.
Oh, man.
Can't see the date. Hold on. Oh, shit. Get out. Let me out. Let me out. All right. Will you read this part?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Is it still sharing?
No.
Okay. Yeah, peace, my brother. Sorry, I can barely see it. Stop changing things around, Jesse. Pay attention. I got you changing it. Hold on a sec. Okay. You want to read this? I think this is the end of the obituary. Hold on a sec. Wait, let me see. Make sure we're on the right page.
Hell.
Can't breathe now. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's right. All right, make sure. Can you see me moving around?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. This is from legacy.com. Hughes Van Ellis, can you hear me? Hold on a second. Very sick, man. Hughes Van Ellis, 1921 to 2023, Tulsa Race Massacre survivor. Hughes Van Ellis was one of the last 3 survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. He died. He died on October 9th. He died at a veterans facility in Denver.
He died on Indigenous People Day.
Yep, of cancer at the age of 102. Okay, all right, very nice, man. Hey, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Hughes Van Ellis legacy. Ellis was just 4 months old when the black neighborhood of Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, was attacked by a white mob in a 48-hour siege that began on May 31st, 1921. Approximately 300 black residents were killed, and Ellis' family was one among thousands who left unhoused after the mob destroyed the homes, businesses, churches, and schools, and even black-owned hospital in Greenwood. They were left with nothing but the clothes they had on their backs when they fled to safety. As an adult, I'm sorry, let me stop moving the mouse. I don't know if you can see the arrow, right? All right. As an adult, Ellis served in the U.S. Army during World War II before returning to demand justice as home, known as Uncle Red. He was among the survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre who fought Tulsa in Tulsa County, the Tulsa Chamber of Commerce, and the state of Oklahoma for reparations. Among those seeking reparations was Ellis, a 109-year-old sister, Viola Fletcher, who currently survives him. God damn.
Okay, Fletcher's a sister. Okay, got it.
I knew there 2 of them were related, right? Their year-long struggle. I just couldn't remember which 2. I should have just looked at them. They both looked the same. I knew 2 of them were related.
And
their year-long struggle for reparations went as far as U.S. Congress, where Ellis, Fletcher, and known fellow survivor Leslie Bedingfield Randall testified before the House Judiciary Subcommittee in 2021. As of his death, their fight for justice is still ongoing. Damn, there's only 2 left. Man, they better hurry up and do this shit. Notable quote: "My childhood was hard, and we didn't have much. We worried what little we had would be stolen from us, just like it was stolen in Tulsa. You may have been taught that when something is stolen from you, you can go to the courts to be made whole. You can go to the courts to get justice. This wasn't the case for us. The courts in Oklahoma wouldn't hear us. The federal court said we were too late." And from Ellis' testimony before the
statute of limitations.
from the Ellis testimony before the House Judiciary Committee. Yeah, and that's it. Well, wait, there's tributes, pictures.
Well, that's this family, I believe.
Yeah. Said, "Please do not let me leave this earth without justice, like all of the other massacre survivors." Hughes Van Ellis, one of the last known survivors of the Tulsa Massacre. Yeah, y'all let him leave like that. Shame. Man, y'all could, shame. Like, oh God.
Is that Jason Franco behind him?
Photographed by me during the centennial of the Tulsa Race Massacre. No.
Yeah, that was in 2021.
Let's see. Yep, that's that.
102 years and still no justice.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, that here, literally, like right in the middle between me and Jesse's house. Right, he was right in the middle, from my house to your house.
Yeah, he was further north though, but yeah.
Oh, when we went over there that one time, we took this little crazy back street route. It seems like it was right in the middle, But yeah, I guess you were saying, yeah, more north. Yeah.
Further north. Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Okay, go ahead.
Thoughts on Mr. Hughes?
I already gave you my thoughts, cuz.
I've
been saying the same shit. I remember too. When we met him. Actually talked to him, so my thoughts were like, hey, he made me laugh, and he liked me. It's kind of rare, He's kind of funny. I made him laugh. Remember?
Yeah.
I made him giggle and shit. And this is after I got live in the elders place. I got live, and then I apologized.
Ass mammy gonna tell you can't do nothing for black people.
That's when I got live, and I had to control myself and apologize because I was like, damn it.
You gotta be the whole city, not just some of them.
I was like, you feel safe? You want to go outside right now? You feel safe? They're gonna come get you. I'm gonna help you. You're running from there.
What are you calling the police for?
One of my proudest moments, I don't understand. We're always getting live, like, no, like, lady, get on code, man. Like, I had to check myself. Like, yeah, you right. I'll apologize. Yeah, like, Jesus. Like, and you were watching it. I had to put the camera down. Like, it was almost like, look. I was like, damn, I had to check myself. And then after, that's when we met him. And that's when Bruce Gibson decided he wanted to change the game for you. And then he died. Like right after that. Like the same weekend, right?
Yep, that same weekend he died. Yeah, rest in power to Bruce Gibson Jr. There was a project about the Bruce Gibson Center.
Yeah, he was sitting with him.
26.
And again, Bruce Gibson, another person that's not a fan of bread, changed his tune.
Mm-hmm.
And I made him laugh too.
Yep. That was a good day.
It was a good day because we were intentionally acting out because they were there spying on us. He was there spying on us.
Mm-hmm. Good job, man.
So we were intentionally acting out because, God forbid, we go up in the.
You got invited to the
Yeah, he lives there, but he was going to Coon Culture. Yeah, so he was there.
Yes.
Which again, family, talk to your boy. He did not feed me. He fed himself. I got the video.
You missed the food. I think.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You just made yourself a plate. I did not. I got the video. Oh, selfish ass heathen. Again, brother, you don't believe me? I got the footage. I'll roll that beautiful beef footage. He didn't even offer me a bite.
Wrong.
Because I couldn't just think about it.
They tell me wanted me to do it.
Brother, you think I can walk and breathe at the same time? Stop the cap, slap yourself 3 times in the face.
No, I had to speak.
Did you speak and eat at the same time? No.
I
You
ate.
fed yourself first and then spoke. I got it on camera, family. I'll roll that beautiful beef footage right now. Get your boy. Get your boy. Ah, damn it.
I had 8 before Lady Chase got there.
No, you didn't. I got it on camera. Stop.
I was eating before you even got here. What are you
You were
talking about?
snacking. They started bringing in the food when I got there. I got it off film.
Anyway, let's check
This is like a Kwanzaa. This is like a Kwanzaa, cuz they stole my cornbread off my Tim. I'm calling Tim Blacc. I'll tell Tim Blacc on you, cuz. I got the footage on that too. And you made me hold your fucking stupid ass camera phone so you could just, eat my shit right in front of me. Like, get your boy, Valley. Have a chat with him, shake him by the shoulders, and be like, man, why you do it like that? Somebody defend me, goddammit. Real shit. Where's my justice? You're totally acting out right there. That place. What? We're totally acting out in the fucking in the. Well, I wasn't trying to, but you kept instigating it for me. But,
like to do these random pop-ups with your boy, and that was one of those kind of moments. Like she didn't even tell me she was coming. She was like, I don't think I'm gonna get a ride over there. I gotta figure out my ride over there.
Yeah, because you didn't want to. Jesse, come on, man. Do you ever want to help me do something? Tell the truth. No. Did you provide a ride? You say, oh, brother, I'll send somebody to come get you. No, never. Stop it. If I wanted to go because I wanted to help you, it's because I wanted to help you. Where was anybody else? Stop it. Stop. Slap. Ooh. Somebody slap him 3 times. A proverbial 3 times cosmic slap. Jesse Paris. Cosmic slap, cuz coming your direction. You never said, hey, oh, Brenda, you need a ride? Let me call somebody. No, you're like, I'll get a ride. I'll see you over there. And I just wanted to go to help you.
There was no room for you, cuz you really think the world revolves around you, because there was no room in the vehicle that I was in.
There was no room in the
vehicle to bring you there.
Nobody doesn't matter. You didn't even offer. Sometimes it's just nice to offer,
Why offer if I can't deliver?
Because you offered and it gives me an opportunity to say, oh no, babe, thanks for offering though. You see what I'm saying? Hey. Okay, so what?
You can get your hopes up like that.
See what I'm talking about though? No intent.
MLS do. MLS do that type of shit. Oh, we left the spot for you.
Capricorn energy.
Oh no, there's nothing there.
Whatever, guys. Whatever. Carry on. What else is there?
A whole bunch, but I'm gonna put it off at the next topic, and that is Texas student who showcased the story on. First of all, what's the power to Mr. Hughes Van Ellis?
Yeah. Oh man, that's terrible. It only just makes me think about Bruce Gibson too.
That was brought against him.
It really just made me think about that.
Yeah.
Man, that was a game-changing day for us, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It really was. That's kind of entertaining for me. I was scared. I was scared. That was also an insightful fucking day, because I didn't know a lot about certain things when it came to campaigning or speaking in front of people. So I learned a lot that day.
I had a whole video from Lisa Cabrera on that.
That happened to me earlier. Earlier today, this morning. Same thing had happened to me. I had this one queue set up with what was it set up with? All the shit with for the mayor, the visuals, all his bad stuff that I would think was bad, and then I had another queue set up with all the like general political shit that I think is funny. Right? And I couldn't find him for some
Hear
reason.
this from they got a melanated mouse in the apartment, and I hear him.
Free and flexible and creative.
He ruffling. What the hell is that sound? Ruffling like papers and shit, plastic. The melanated mouse.
Oh,
The
what happened
melanated
to the
mouse.
white mouse?
I don't know what happened to the white mouse. Maybe the melanated mouse killed his ass. I don't know, but I know there's a melanated mouse.
On the Daryl George story, this is
Melanated is just gray.
No,
that
he is
was
melanated.
suspended twice over
Everybody's
his
just
hair.
straight black mouse.
So
Yes.
a black Texas student.
That is like the rarest thing ever. Of course, you'd be in the black house. Where else would he congregate to?
Right.
So
It only makes sense.
Past Wednesday,
The blackest mouse in fucking in Denver would migrate
Daryl
with himself.
at Hill High School.
He
Now,
probably got the blackest apartment ever.
30 miles
Right
outside
here.
of he will be
Put your furry fucking friend and capture him, because
alternative
they're special for you.
program through November 29th.
Hey, no, you're not lying, Jesse. I saw one climbing in the window. There was one in the window
Notice
of my room, and you know, we're tripping out of the
mother,
and
her name is Director,
it covers my window.
and signed by Harvard Hill High School Principal Lance
I
Murphy.
saw it, and I thought I was tripping. And no, he came up the wire, climbed in the curtain, he climbed in the window. He's in the window, cause he tried. I'm like, why don't you get out? Like the roaches did. Just go make yourself a hole and go.
From staff
I
administration
just want a little daylight and it crawl back down somewhere.
and violation of
I think they're coming from the floor.
policy. All of the alleged infractions excluded
Seems like the apartment is just
are apparently connected to
dilapidating
natural
every day a
hairstyle.
little more and more.
Daryl will be allowed to return to class on November 30th, the notice states. So the school is still
They
going
transferred
on
into an
and on
alternative
about
school.
his hair.
All behind his hair.
Wow.
Trust and believe this is another setup. It's a setup, right?
At this point,
This is
if
just
I was his mother, I would just put him in a different school. You know, it
it's a
doesn't
revolving cycle.
going on. I don't see how.
Last show,
I don't
we were
see how
talking
Daryl
about
can
this
even
lady
get an
saying, like,
education.
Sam on the
At
mom,
this
like,
point.
you just gonna allow your son to
Why put
continue
him
to
back
deal
in
with
the
this
same
shit?
school on November 30th?
Let us know the school.
Right. This is the mother's fault altogether. And you see, like, there's like a
I have determined
you sit
that
next to
your
the mother, you
child
look so defeated.
has engaged in chronic and repeated disciplinary infractions that violate the district previously communicated standards
In other
of
words, he
student
refused to
conduct,
go get with the program.
Murphy said in a notice obtained by NPR. Daryl, who turned 18 last week, wears his natural hair in locks, which he says are an expression of cultural pride, according to the federal lawsuit filed last month by the family against Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the state's Attorney General.
There's nothing wrong at all. That shit is nice.
An attorney representing the George family told NPR at the recent move.
Inch of motherfucking anything wrong with
District
it.
is simply
He's got a little cut.
Candace Matthews, a civil rights activist
so
and
strange.
spokeswoman for the George family, said Daryl feels scared as he stands in front
I
of
don't blame the mother, dude. I'm blaming the
the
mother.
alternative school. She also said that Daryl still does not plan to cut his hair.
Hell no.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I would have cut my hair. I'd let it down.
His hair. Why do they hate us so much? Our skin is our sin, Matthews told NPR. In a statement to NPR, Barbara Hill,
Look, man, that's the mother's fault.
the spokesperson David
Give the
Bloom,
young prince the
said
conversation.
the district is unable to provide any comment with respect
It's
to
like a
disciplinary
hostile
matters
fucking
involving a
structure to
student,
us.
adding that the
And then
district
act like Hughes
has always allowed
victim.
styles
This is your fault.
as it is stated in the
That's all they
Crown's
do is
Act.
victim blame.
So last month, Daryl
You're playing
and
the victim.
Daresha George
Yeah, because I am
filed
a victim.
a federal
The
lawsuit.
mother's fault. The mother's fault because the mother put him in the hospital infrastructure.
Suspension.
And she never gave him
This mama is a mammy
Crown
coon.
Act.
Yeah, she never gave him the shit to protect him. She's asking dumbass questions because he doesn't know any better.
Right.
Clarified whether the new law prohibits
he's obviously going with our friends and cool black, our friends and whites. So he's not getting no real black empowered.
I don't understand why they're making such an issue out of this boy.
We ain't heard nothing about the daddy.
The daddy trade up. Look at the picture. The son, the daddy trade up.
Before the Texas law went into effect statewide on September 1st. Daryl's suspension continues to generate questions about the legality of punishing students for their hair and the extent of the newly passed law protections. So far, 24 states, along with the U.S. Virgin Islands, have signed the Crown Act into law. Texas was the 24th state to implement the version of the law. Legislation has been proposed in an additional 20 states in Washington, D.C. I'm glad they are moving forward with their lawsuit. They really should, because this is a disgrace.
It is.
You're putting him in an alternative school like he's coming there committing violent acts or getting into fights every day. He's going to an alternative school over a hairstyle that should be protected under the Crown Act. This is crazy.
It is crazy.
Y'all tell me what you think about this latest update. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Peace, Lucifer Bear. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to her if you haven't already. Lady Cherry still.
Yeah. Sorry. I do have some thoughts on this. When I was going off that one day about it, but I'm not gonna do that today. I don't have the air too. But I will say this though. I remember a time when, like I said, I'm in Aurora, so we had I think it's right like a 6th, and it was by Hinkley.
Mm-hmm.
No, is that Hinkley or Central?
Central.
Right?
Yeah.
Central, right by my house.
6 foot, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of patrol that area too. Like when I I'd be creeping around at night, and that area used to be a lot. There was more black families. Now it's overran by Hispanics. So I creeped through that. I creeped through that area, right? Before that, I used to run on the track over there, right? They have a track. By that, from the behind the King's Rivers. I always look at it like King's Rivers, right?
Yeah.
I used to run the track. Well, right there was this alternative school. It's an alternative school for Aurora.
Yeah, William something.
Yeah. Well, that alternative school was there.
Or something.
Yeah, it's like a little for when I was going to school. Like I said, I was running track. I used to run track and do hurdles. Then that alternative school was for the little girls, the little fast ones that they got pregnant. It was for everybody who was either in trouble, special, bad, low grades. It was like bad. It wasn't for it wasn't like a gift. It wasn't like a treat to go over there. That was where they sent all of us that we couldn't behave ourselves in regular school. So that's really what it was, right? So
yeah, it was an alternative school.
Alternative school, because your ass couldn't be in regular school, so you got to find an alternative for you, right? Like a punishment. So what I feel like is, and now like if you watch the school right here, they're trying to bring that shit back, and they try to wrap around services like the homeless shit. They try to wrap it around the school stuff. Wait, hold on. This just fucking hilarious, right? But they put this boy, this young man, for no goddamn reason, in alternative school. They like for what?
That was retaliation.
It's retaliation and punishment because he shouldn't have to do anything with his hair. It's not messy. It's not dirty. He looks clean and well kept. He doesn't look like he's a problem. He's not like whipping his hair around like a bitch. He's got it all tapered in. It's nice and neat. Not a fucking piece of fuzz or lint in his shit. So, I mean, if you find any of these motherfucking dirty ass motherfucking little white kids, this shit's all fucked up. They're not greasy. You know what I mean? Like you see in other fucking buffers and regular races. I mean, it's just nice to eat. You got a little cut right there. You know what I mean? Like, but that's just whatever he does to take care of himself. And it doesn't take away the fact that your hostile infrastructure called school it's not only fucking him up, personally, physically, because you can't attack anything else. He's obviously smart. Obviously, he's doing good in school. So you can't fuck with him there. He probably doesn't cause problems or fight or anything. You can't fuck with him there. So you're gonna fuck with him on his just something so petty and small as his fucking physical appearance, which isn't really even a problem. You go out, you look outside your window right now. There's motherfuckers with locks. Right now, just look outside. Who don't even care about them? I ain't taking care of them. You know what I mean? And they're just they got all kind of.
They're dying them now. They're dying now. They dyeing them blonde and blue, red, and all kinds of weird shit.
Yeah, those are I'm saying that. Like, look, like I got family that have locks, and they're well kept and well mannered. You know?
Yeah.
They grow the way they grow. That's what they're supposed to do. You know?
But we're being targeted based off the way our own hair grows out of our head.
Right. Look, I'm saying like this too. Let me say this one thing. That Crown Act, as much as the alleged good intent was there, the language made it ambiguous, and then it is really for everybody. Meaning, white people want to wear whatever the fuck they want. They want to fucking. Dude, you see white people squeezing ugly shit out of their fucking whatever they call as dreads. They're not locks. They're not from the fucking. It's not the universe calling out to your hair and stretching it out, doing different things. You know what I mean? Right. This is something created, like another cultural appropriated type thing. Right? So they got ugly little things, like they've been surfing. Bam, got a little weird little creature in their dreads. You know what I mean? Find all kind of shit. It's not like somebody put a fucking crystal inside their lock, right? Or a little piece of copper to keep them, grounded. It's not like that. It's weird. So this shit is just another fucking attack on the black man, right? But I didn't mean to say but. However, the mother contributed to it because the mother never prepared him. Obviously, if he's asking questions like that. But he had an interview with the boy.
Do you have the video of that?
Do you? I'm asking you. It's your thing.
It's not for it in the queue.
Okay, so do you have one? Like, can I just throw one up there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on a second. What was the?
For 4 hours though. Go ahead.
This is your endings. You're the one with the 30 things in your queue.
There's a lot of shit going on, bro.
So that's what I said. That's what I said. Yeah, oh well.
A lot of stuff pertaining to us going on.
What do you mean?
Black people.
Oh yeah.
Like Americans.
What's the young prince's name? Do you know his name?
Oh, God. We have brought it up on the last show.
Okay, what's the name? What was the title of that video?
The title
yeah, the one you just put up there?
Texas student.
Yeah, okay.
Suspended for hairstyle. was something black, definitely. And we definitely know from the name and from the look, this is a black child.
Okay.
Are you sure?
What I say? Not yet. Hold on one second. I want to see if I want to see if he speaks. One second. Okay, let's see. I just want to see if he talks. Okay, yeah. He should be able to talk, right? He's old enough if he wants to speak on his own, right?
I don't think that nobody's interviewed him yet. If they did, it would probably like Good Morning America or some shit.
Let's see. Yeah, because I want to hear what he has to say. They never let him talk. You know, they let everybody else talk. And it's okay, man, but when you got mammies speaking for the little young prince and saying what he says or he's upset, like I want to hear him say it. You know what I mean? Not that I don't believe it, but I want to hear him say it. Let's see.
Yeah, you see in English. I got it right here.
Uh-huh.
I gotta share my screen though.
A school in Texas.
I just from NBC News. Texas high school student defends decision. Texas high school defends decision to suspend Black 17-year-old over hairstyle. So they've been messing with this young man since he was 15, 16, and now he is 17, and they still messing with him. He's like a junior, that's to be a senior in high school, and they're still harassing him behind his hairstyle.
Texas is defending its decision to suspend a Black student for more than 2 weeks over his hair. That student's name is Daryl George. He's just 17 years old, and as you can see, he has his hair in twisted dreadlocks. The school first suspended Daryl at the end of August, and then just suspended him again.
He got two first names.
All of this is despite a new law in Texas that just took effect. It's called the Crown Act. The acronym stands for, quote, create a respectful and open world for natural hair, and it prohibits. The law prohibits
what you think, family?
Hairstyles. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis covers education for us and joins us now in studio. So, Rahima, first off, how is the school explaining their decision right now?
The school says that they are following the school handbook, and the handbook says that students are not allowed to have hair extending below their eyebrows, their earlobes, or the top of their t-shirt. And it's important to take a look at the picture here. This young man's hair is up. His mother says he has not worn his hair long since he started in school. And therefore, they're wondering what the school is doing. We have a statement from the school that says the Barbers Hill ISD, which stands for Independent School District, dress code is not in conflict with the Crown Act, and that's from the Communications Department. The Crown Act, as you were saying, Kate, it says that no one is allowed to discriminate against someone, whether in the workplace or in the school place, based on their hairstyle or the texture of their hair. And that includes, and they specifically say, that includes afros, that includes dreadlocks, and that includes twists. So the school is saying one thing and the law seems to say something else.
And I'm sitting here wondering, does the family have a lawyer at this point or anything? Because when you start talking about laws, you wonder if a family might decide to take some legal action. That hasn't happened.
Well, good thing you're wondering, because they do have an attorney who is speaking for the family and who is saying that this is definitely something that the family is going to fight,
They're
that they're
probably
going
a
to fight
little short
vehemently.
for
It
speaking
keeps
on
seeing
the
again. I think it's so important that we keep seeing this
I don't
young
think
man
they ever let the little boy talk.
stark contrast to what the school
Everybody
says.
says that the mother speaks all the time.
It's not touching his shoulders, but it is up. And in fact, we have something from the family, a soundbite from the mother talking about the impact this is having on her child.
I want them to change their policies. I want them to stop being discriminatory against Black and brown kids. His grades
Oh
are
my God.
like they're going down drastically.
So little boy's fucked up,
Poor
man.
young man. He got a mammy.
Look at him.
Poor mama.
Got a
God.
fucking mammy for a fucking mother, dude. Poor little man. I you want to grab him and be like, you love. Fuck, this is fucked up. I got one. They don't let him talk, right? Look at his face. He's ashamed. I feel you, son. I feel you.
One of these damn videos, they gonna let them talk like this.
No, but Richardson, is it more to that? Is it more of her, shaming your son? That's what it is. That's shame, right? That's shame.
Them to change their laws.
Black and brown. What the fuck are you talking about? No. No, and fucking no. No.
He's not getting a proper education. He's not getting a proper instruction.
I'd like to go back to class.
On what? On how to be a coon?
Oh my God, poor thing. That's the first time I think we heard him talk. Probably pinching him, dude, behind the arm, like, carry him his plate.
I'm just
His plate.
The mom, but don't seem too bright.
Fair use. You don't even got the thing up. Fair use.
She's definitely cooning it up.
He's playing it. Poor thing. You see, I just want to go back to school. Thoroughly embarrassed. So embarrassing. I can't really do too much about it. I'm gonna talk to my cousins. I've been fucking with them too. They probably didn't get the conversation either.
Completely clueless. We got Ward. I think he gonna say something here.
Do what I need to do to get my education.
Besides that, he hasn't been able to participate in any extracurricular activities, no sports activities, because he is on suspension.
That is so much for one young person to navigate. And I want to just back up Eagle Eye here. What's the significance, walk us through it, of natural hair in the Black community, but also in general? I mean, it's no secret. I've worn weaves, I've worn braids, I've worn wigs.
How the fuck?
I'm wearing my natural hair now. There is power in that.
Absolutely. And that question is that this is happening to them.
You know exactly how the fuck it is.
She's a mammy too.
But just look at the structure of that. How is another sister gonna ask this sister that dumbass question? That's something the wife would have asked a sister.
Yeah. So what is the significance of that? What,
bitch, you know? I told her like that. I would have stopped. I would have looked at her quietly, had that conversation mentally conversation. Like, bitch, are you serious? You know exactly how the fuck it is.
He would have gave her that look, like.
Yeah, like, bitch, you see what I'm saying? You hear me, right? In my mind, we would have our conversations in our mind. I'm like, bitch. Well, and she's looking at her like, I can't believe you asking me that stupid ass question, bitch. We're from the same area. You know exactly my mama. Know your mama.
They had a Friday moment.
Yeah, that's real shit. That's how, man, I even tell you, I'm like, man, you know how we talk to each other sometimes when we have to talk to each other? We try to get this shit rolling. And then, it's a Black thing, cuz, come on now. They tell you that. They don't do it. We just do it. Yeah. And I would have had that look like, bitch, for reals? It's not like you foreign, cuz. Like, bitch. You see what we cut? Yeah, okay, well, let me explain to you like this. From people that, aren't us.
She acting mighty brand new.
God damn it. Like, they set that up. What is it, fucking, what is
Just
that?
got here. I don't know anything. I don't know what's going on.
I was just black today. I just woke up black today. First time ever. I'm barely learning how to take care of my hair today. I just hatched. I'm 40 years old. I just hatched black.
I've had all these styles. They don't suit me.
Right. I mean, I was white skinned for the first 39 years of my life. I closed my eyes, went to sleep last night. I woke up black, and I had all this 4C hair. And man, let me just tell you what it's like today. Itch, come on. I really, you know what I mean? Like, she's talking to her like she's
no. They got the church on now. You know it's late. So.
Or has to be created in order to make certain that people are not discriminated based on something that they can change if they want to. My hair is straight, yours is not, but it's something that is natural to them. It's also part of the culture. Hair is.
You think her hair is natural?
Is this broad really explaining one sister to another? explaining what we already know? You just turn around and look at the white lady.
That's explaining for white people. That might be
so like I'm saying, well, she could have been a real one and turned her chair a little bit, looked at the white lady and explained it to her, right? See, like I have perm pressed straight hair. I hit it with the hot iron. It took me like about a good hour.
Right.
That's just with the hot iron. I'm talking about washing and drying and
like that your hair is not straight. Bro.
Yeah. This is 4C hair, but you can't tell because it's silky smooth, right? But it took me a long time. It took me like 3 days to get it like this. Okay? Just so you know. Right? Hey, I would have turned my chair and I would have looked at her like hers is short and natural. But she still had to do something to make it look like that. Did you? You know what I mean? Like, you're not just rocking your natural shit that you washed it, the air just drains like your shit is. You know what I mean? That lady still had to do something with that little short little pixie cut she got going on. I would swivel my chair like, well, I'm glad you asked. Thank you, sister. And turned around, looked at the white lady and went to explain it. You know what I mean? That was like, bitch, come on. For real? You see how that whole thing was structured? Carry on.
It's not just a hairstyle for African Americans. It's been something that's been used traditionally back during slavery. It was a way of braiding roots into the hair.
Did she just say it was not a style particularly for Black Americans, and then she goes into
the braiding routes and fucking follow the moon north, look in the cornrows. Just follow the map of Cousin's hair right there.
Look in the kitchen. Check the kitchens.
Real shit. And if you really dig deep underneath the braid, you're gonna find a little note I left you. Hey, come on now. She's explaining something that. Oh my god. Remember after this came out, then we got the wave of motherfucking
too much Miami explaining.
Not just that, but then you had all those memes that went up with the fucking braiding routes and how they when they were escaping and shit. They would follow this one dude with the motherfucking braids with the twisted curves, and that's how they made it.
Yep, that was the map.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? But then I saw it in Spanish. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, propaganda. Like, are you for real? Are you for real? And this motherfucker was like, that's how we did it. Swear to God, I saw the face, I was like, oh my god, I have to write it back. I was like, I don't even know if this is real anymore. I just walked away from the computer. And then like 2 days later, I saw it in English on like one of the pages that we follow, or one of our friends. You know what I mean? When I first seen it for some odd reason in Spanish, I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, see, and they wrote it in Spanish, the whole thing, and read it translated like, this is how we did it. Like, you did that. You did that. you was escaping slavery like that. For real? For real? From where? That's how you did it? Yeah.
No slavery in Mexico, and they
Yeah.
killed.
And there was people to help you on the way, and you saw it over here when you took this left turn when the braid went this way. For real? For real?
They just started classifying the Blaxicans in 2012 or 2015.
I know. This is real life. And that's why I was like, oh God, this is still on a high new level. You know?
1 million of them in Mexico, and they just now classifying.
Yeah, but this is how we escaped slavery for real. Y'all escaped slavery for real?
They're talking about the Underground Railroad.
Yes, exactly. Allegedly, you know what I'm saying?
Ran north and south.
Right, that's what she's talking about. That's what this lady talking about.
But she said it wasn't specifically for black people.
Exactly.
That's what's throwing me off.
Exactly. So you see what
We're
I'm
not
talking
the only ones that have that hairstyle or some stupid shit she just said. This mammy. Somebody get on to your grandma, your mama. Like, what the hell?
Exactly.
There that would define escape routes from slavery. And it's also been a political statement in the 70s of Black power and people wearing their hair in a natural way. But it has not been an easy road for African Americans to determine how they will wear their hair, because it's been so often Blacks have been said, we want you to conform to a white European style of fashion. And when people don't do that, there's tension.
Yeah, and that road certainly continues. Rahima, please continue to follow this for us, okay?
You'll watch it.
Thanks for watching. That's clearly
See the condescension? White lady said, please continue to follow this for us. You see? I was like, that's fucked up. What channel is this? What, CBS, NBC?
NBC News.
Shame on you.
The same ones that wouldn't let Byron Allen buy them.
Shame. The shame. The shame. But yeah. The crown ain't for everybody. And you live in a fucking place like Texas, you know, and you watch these news programs and you see the dialogue between them, just know that's all scripted. I bet they had a conversation right after that. Privately.
Like, find out what part of Texas that was.
Fucking ridiculous. You don't really give the little boy a lot of time to talk, but I guess I can see why.
His mama is a coon. That's enough. That's like, oh my God. If the mama a coon, the daddy ain't nowhere in the picture. The mama a coon, so she's raising a baby coon.
Yep.
Because I'm like, why are they doing this? I don't understand why they're doing this.
Because she said he was crying himself asleep at night. And I'm like, for reals? Like, you doing that for real? Like, there's some real fucking bullying.
I think that there's no justification for trying to tell the student that he needs to cut his hair to conform. He should be able to wear his hair the way he chooses to wear in this law. House Bill 567 protects that.
Welcome and thank you for joining us for our second half hour of The Factor Uncensored. Civil rights activists are accusing a school district of violating a new law that bans race-based hair discrimination. Now, family members say Barbers Hill High School violated the Crown Act when it placed a student in school suspension because his hair was below his eyebrows, simply too long. The law took effect on September.
How can you tell that?
Principal says the Crown Act doesn't cover the length of hair, only the size.
There's a lot of melanated people there.
Who played a role in passing the Crown Act after our extensive coverage here first on The Factor Uncensored. But first, Fox 26's Anthony Andrew.
Who's that, Isaiah?
Arnold.
Isaiah's
by the Crown Act, and you first met here also on The Factor Uncensored.
They'll be asking black people the stupidest fucking questions.
Said state lawmakers, Dorisha George takes the podium outside of Barbers Hill High School.
I just want to say I just really want my son to get the education he needs and not be discriminated because of his hair.
Her son Daryl is a junior, and this is his first year at his new school. But things got off to a rocky start with school.
Hey man, they ain't doing so bad. You see the lady's nipples?
Every day he comes to school, he's gonna be
Why you can't have a real lunch?
Down, it's below his eyelids and it's below his earlobes.
In school suspension because of the length of his hair, which violates school policy. And according to the family, the principal told them length is not covered under the Crown Act.
You don't have to be completely honest. I can't say I'm surprised. This is not something that comes as a shock to me. You know, I went there. I know how it is.
DeAndre Arnold, now a junior at LSU, went to Barbers Hill High School as well and made national headlines in 2020 when he too received in-school suspension for the length of his hair. He is what ignited lawmakers to push for the passage of what is now law.
So whenever we come up against an obstacle like this, we have to show that we're unwavering and we will fight to the end to stand for what we believe in.
So I asked the authors and co-authors of the bill if length is specifically addressed in the law, and they both said it should not matter.
House Bill 567 is the law, and currently Barbers Hill ISD, Barbers Hill High School, is violating the law.
I believe that his hair in the style that he wears it should be protected and is protected by the Crown Act.
And Representative Reynolds is putting the
notice. If the school district
are the whites wearing it like that? How do white kids look?
And the Republicans charged without enforcing.
I'm not talking about the white kids. Let's talk about the white kids for a little bit.
Department of Justice, Justice Department, under federal law, that they intervene.
Now we want State Representative Ron Reynolds to weigh in as well on this situation. Are you shocked at this latest episode of Barbers Hill?
Yeah, he found out real quick.
Isaiah, you and I were at this from the beginning with DeAndre, and I would be shocked if Maya Angelou's statement wasn't true. When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. Barbers Hill is showing us that they are perpetuating racist discrimination when it comes to hair discrimination. We passed House Bill 567, the Texas Crown Act, precisely because of what they did to DeAndre Arnold when he was a student there at Barbers Hill High School. We passed this law because bipartisan support said that no longer should hair discrimination be prevalent in Texas. And here we are in 2023, after the law became effective September the 1st, and this student, Daryl, has been subjected to in-school suspension, the same thing they did to DeAndre, that if he didn't cut his locks, that he was going to be in-school suspension. And here we are again, facing the same situation after we passed the law. There's no way, there's no justification for this. This is a good kid, and they're trying to find a loophole to make him cut his hair because they want him to conform to what they deem as a socially acceptable in their eyes.
Now, according to the principal at Barbers Hill, the Crown Act doesn't cover the length of a student's hair. You say that's a loophole. Is this something worth looking at the next legislative session to close that loophole, that supposed loophole, or should they just follow the Crown Act as stated in law right now here in the state of Texas?
Well, Isaiah, quite frankly, their nuances
That is ambiguous.
are very clear.
Yeah.
The law was designed to protect natural hairstyles like Daryl's wearing his hair. His hair is very professional. We've seen pictures. You've seen pictures. His hair is in locks. It is not coming down to his shoulders or his butt. I mean, his hair is very neat. And so they don't like the fact that he has locks or dreads or braids or twists. And so they are nuancing the law. They're going against the intended purpose of the legislation. The intended purpose of the legislation is designed to protect people like him for what they're doing, wearing their natural hair. So this Barbers Hill High School has a long track record. They've been sued. If they don't comply with the law, we're going to ask for a Department of Justice investigation under the Civil Rights Division of the Education Division so that they can enforce this, because they're singling this student out and they have a pattern and a practice of this type of hair discrimination. So do I think we can make amendments to the law in further sessions? Yes. Do I think we need to? No, because the spirit of the law is very plain on its face. They're trying to pierce a very small window to say, well, it didn't specify hair length. Well, if we thought we had to do that because of people like Barbers Hill, then we surely would have done it. But they're acting in bad faith. to continue to perpetuate a hair policy that discriminates against people because of their locks or their braids or their twists.
This has been what many people say has been a defiant school district. No matter what kind of public pressure they receive nationwide, statewide, they still will do what they want to do. So how do you even address a situation like that when they
That's
won't?
racism and white supremacy. Racism, white supremacy.
I've seen situations like this before, unfortunately, where school districts did not want to enforce the desegregation laws, and they were defined, and we had to bring in the federal government and the Department of Justice. So we've seen this script before, the ugly remnants of Jim Crow discrimination and racism. And sometimes you have to bring in the federal arm of the government if the state does not want to comply. I'm calling on Governor Abbott and the leadership in the state to enforce the law. And if the state will not enforce the law, then I'm calling on the Department of Justice to intervene. That is what you have to do to recalcitrant school districts that don't want to follow state law. But unfortunately, they're doing what Governor Abbott has done when he didn't want to follow federal law, and the Justice Department had to intervene and lawsuits had to happen. So it's unfortunate that a school district, you think that a superintendent or principal will follow the rules. I've sent, as chair of the Legislative Black Caucus, a letter to put it in writing, to put them on notice that we intend for them to follow the law. And if they don't, we've already put them on notice that we anticipate that the Department of Justice will intervene. And it's unfortunate that this has to happen because students like Daryl are suffering mental trauma. They're suffering emotional trauma, being torn away from their classroom and learning with their peers, and forced to either comply with a law that is with rules that are violate his right as a student, or be forced in school suspension. So this is unfair and it's unwarranted, and we're going to fight and stand up for people like Daryl.
Yeah, and now he's being forced to leave, right?
Now, we've reached out to the school district and have not heard back as of yet, but we do want to note the student did receive in-school suspension for other dress code violations as well.
Ridiculous.
The family of Daryl George, a black high school student in Texas suspended over his dreadlocks, has filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against Governor Greg Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton. His family alleges that Abbott and Paxton are not enforcing the Crown Act, which went into effect in Texas on September 1st. It bans race-based discrimination at schools and in the workplace by saying there can be no action taken against someone based on their hair texture or hairstyles, including locks and twists. Daryl George was suspended for violating his school's dress code and the way he wears his hair. We're joined now by Texas State Representative Retta Bowers, who authored the Texas Crown Act and is asking for the school district to end the suspension. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
California was the first state to pass the Crown Act back in 2019. Why was it important for Texas to have those same protections, in your view?
There's so many students and individuals in business and in the workplace that were either being held from walking across that stage at graduation with their classmates, going to prom and celebrating these types of achievements. But more importantly, they've been held from classroom instruction. And in addition to that, people on the workforce, in the workforce, we've been talking with many corporations, IBM, Spring Health, and other corporate, Hewlett Packard, where people or they don't feel comfortable showing up as their authentic selves at work or for that job interview. This is why it was important here in Texas.
In the specific case of Daryl George, the 17-year-old high school student, school officials say that his dreadlocks violate the dress code.
This is like a part 3 of fucking like I knows what.
5,000 earlobes if they're not pulled back.
Okay.
The Act covers hairstyles. It does not cover hair length. So would the Crown Act even apply in his specific case?
It absolutely would. It's a direct violation of the Crown Act because those protective hairstyles are listed in the legislation and in the law.
Well, where? Remember when we looked it
The
up?
fact that he
Here in
wears his hair in
Colorado,
locks.
there's nothing about that in the law.
Culturally, people grow their hair in locks. So that is why the hairstyle itself speaks for itself.
They keep saying that it's written in the law, but when we look at the law here in Colorado, there was nothing about that listed in the law. Lady Chair.
Sorry, it's cleared my throat. What I'm saying is ambiguous. Remember, because what's her face was trying to run on that as like the end all to be all, right? And when we looked it up, it's like it was ambiguous. It's left up for fucking interpretation. It was like a loophole. So whenever they want to use it to benefit, trying to get you to act right, they can, because it's ambiguous.
Okay.
Yeah, you saw that, right? I didn't say it's ambiguous. It's written ambiguously, so it's like up for interpretation. Right? You think it's protecting you, but for real, it's just a weapon for them to fuck with you later, whenever they want to. And they're gonna try to spin it however they want to.
Wrong. So it is a direct violation of the Crown Act.
Do you know
in order for them to pass it, they had to make it so fucking ambiguous and open.
Only been enforced in this way
because if it was just for black people, they would have.
It's only been enforced in this way, and this is the first school district and school where this happened before. In when it was DeAndre Arnold, and I know that case is in litigation as well. So it is the same school district, and they have only been for students of color and African American students.
The district superintendent says that he believes this dress code is legal and that it teaches students to conform as a sacrifice benefiting. What do you make of that?
At this point, the Crown Act is law in Texas, and again, it's a direct violation. And I believe that students should not be held based on race-based hairstyle discrimination, and that is directly what this is. I do believe that his dress code and grooming code policies need to be updated. We are working with organizations, whether that's the Legal Defense Fund and TEA, the Texas Education Agency, to make sure that they are notifying school districts of the policy changes that need to occur. I have been in direct contact with State Board of Education members that are helping to make sure that our school districts here in Texas are updating their policies.
Texas State Representative Retta Bowers, thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you so much.
PBS NewsHour.
Yeah. I was trying to find a video on him speaking, but
no, it's not really gonna happen. Look, I found something. Can I share the screen? I just want to share this little video.
I'm about to fall asleep though. So.
Okay, well, no, never mind. Go ahead. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, do it in the morning.
Yeah, I see the time. It's okay. Go ahead.
So that's what we're gonna end it for part one. Like family, so follow the show. So make sure y'all tune in to part two tomorrow. That's gonna be tomorrow, hopefully in the afternoon. And for part two of the Frontline Black News, where we will be discussing topics that we did not discuss today. But we don't have time to name them all out right now, but it would definitely be something that's very interesting, provocative, and pertains to us. So stay tuned for that. Shout out to all of our subscribers, our viewers, and shout out to the platforms that we are streaming on as well. We appreciate your support, and we will see y'all later. Yeah. So stay black, stay dangerous, and stay empowered. Do you have anything you want to leave the people with, Lady Chair?
No, because you said my shit. All right, no. I guess we'll hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. I guess. Thank you for watching and check out our other works or other acts of work or where's the word? I just dropped an RVA too. So.
Check out the most recent RVA that we did yesterday, dropping heavy knowledge and truth. Make sure y'all check that out and like and subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda as well on YouTube and Facebook. Is that it, Lady T?
Pretty much, yeah. See y'all later in the afternoon.
Peace.
Peace.